Happy days. Is this stream still happening? Well, I guess I'm not live then. Shows that I'm live. Five minutes or so. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Shows I've got 16 viewers. Maybe there's a massive delay. Sorry everyone. I've been having a lot of trouble sleeping in. I normally wake at 2 and then wake at 3, then wake at 4, then wake at 5. I didn't even stir until 6:30. When I sent that first message saying sorry I'm late, that was literally Shell elbowing me in the ribs going, what the fuck, it's 6:30? Because she sleeps in every day and I don't. I wake up very early. So it's a rough day when Shell wakes me up. But you know, it is what it is. We're here now. You can see how dark it is. The sun's not even up yet. It's the middle of winter here. Sorry, I got the wipers on still. It's the middle of winter here, and sunrise is at like 7 AM, and it's shit. It puts me into hibernation mode. I just don't want to go anywhere or do anything. I hate winter. Give me sunrise at 5 AM, bloody heat, humidity, storms. I love that shit. Give me winter, like 10 hours of daylight, that's shit. You just don't want to get up and do anything. And I know you guys are from places where it fucking snows and shit. And here's me whinging about 10 degrees. It's like 0 at the moment. I think it's just on 0 Celsius. So it's going to, excuse me, it's going to drop out down here because there's no phone reception. This is the foot of the Blue Mountains, Mount Riverview. Now I'm at East Blaxland. And we're going to go down, we're on Old Bathurst Road. This Bathurst is a suburb out west, and this used to be the main road to get to it. So this literally used to be the main highway to get west back in the day. Now there's like the motorway which turns into the Great Western Highway, which was a later, well yeah, there's the sign. We're getting there, lads. We're about halfway. I'm driving from East Blaxland to Emu Plains. Way out there on the horizon is Sydney City. If I set the camera up, I could show you. I can actually see the skyline of the city off in the distance. It seems so far away, but then it's only an hour's drive to the CBD of Sydney. It's not that cold here this winter. I'm just having a whinge. It's actually been a pretty warm winter, scarily so. Every year, man. It's almost like there's some kind of trend happening. I'm on the wrong side of the road. Yeah, but I'm upside down, so if you look at our road from underneath, I'm actually on the correct side of the road. That's why we're on the left here. So suppose when they look through the planet, I'm still on the correct side, just up on the bottom I'm on the bottom face of the road, so I'm actually driving on the same side of the road as you, because we all know the Earth's flat. So yeah, if the flat coin Earth, if it was transparent, I'd be driving on the same side of the road as you. Oh Jesus! Truck's driving on the wrong side of the road. It almost took me out. There's the coffee shop back there that we walked to. See all most of our trees here, being eucalypts and stuff, are evergreen, but you can see the few ones there that have lost their leaves. They lost their leaves really late. The shortest day was a few days ago, the winter solstice, and a few of them still had their leaves if they were a little bit sheltered from other trees. Normally they would have lost them about a month ago, so that shows that it's been pretty warm. Now, has anyone opened the gate? Probably not. It's going to be one of those days where everything's difficult. Definitely not. Bear with me, legends. Morning Steve, morning Travis, morning everyone by the way. I was a bit rude this morning, sorry. I thought it might be a little bit optimistic to start at 6 on the day after the last day before Dry July. You know, you get what you get, eh? Alright, so down here it's 2 degrees Celsius. I'll show you how I know. For some reason the air conditioning place next door put a clock and temperature thing up there. So 2 degrees Celsius. Here's the shop. The front of it is exactly the same as when I first opened. Mercury magnetics. I should take that off because they're a bunch of useless fucks. Now that Patrick's gone, rest his soul. Shut up, alarm. Alright, let's open this bitch up. Put my bag down because it's heavy as all hell. Oh, it's got show and tell stuff in it. Turn on the confuser. Turn on the lights. Clickety clack. I've got no dancing corn cobs. I'm sorry about that, but you know, cost of living pressures being what they are, I can't afford to waste corn cobs. I've got to eat them. So Jackson, is she? Because when I'm hungover and looking like shit, you probably don't want to see me in such detail, but you're going to anyway. Because I need to prove to my OBS, and I'll see you on the actual thing with the stuff, and you'll get to see my horrible face. So starts manage broadcast. Yeah, that's the one. All right, so I'll see you on there. Alright, legends, how's that sound? There's our beautiful boy. That's special. Alright. Should have shown you around the shop, never seen it. Yeah, I did that in an earlier stream. Not when I first opened. I do it periodically. Mainly when I'm doing a bit of a promotion, like when I get a new product range, something like that. What I do want to do is use this app called DroidCam. So now you got a close mic, you're going to hear all my sniffling and swallowing noises. There's an app called DroidCam which makes just any Android phone like a mobile camera that transmits via Wi-Fi to OBS. And that's pretty handy for when you're showing close-ups and stuff. But my phone's almost dead because I'm so organised. About as good as you get. Yeah, well, are you talking about the audio quality there, John? Because that's what I thought. Now, I've also gone to the Penny Boy. Let's go on the manual focus, because she's... focus is not the Panasonic strong suit. Let's just put it that way. Alright. Manual focus. Alright, I want to zoom in the background. There we go. Manual focus. Set and forget. Now we've got quality video. So I've got some lighting bits and pieces on the way. Can you see the mic? Not really, eh? Although, having a beard, I probably should have got just the black mic. I've got the beige one, the brown one, and the black one. I figured I'll get the beige one for if I shave the beard off. I'm not going to have the beard forever. In summer, I'll shave it off. I will... Probably my whitey face will sort of, blend into the background. For the size of the thing, though, it sounds fantastic, doesn't it? And I already had the wireless unit in stock because I often get asked... This is one of the things with retail, right? I often get asked, do you have wireless guitar systems? And I'm like, no, but I'll certainly get them, sir. Clearly there's a demand. So I got asked like 5-6 times in a month, like, do you have wireless systems? So I started stocking these. And they're in the sweet spot of about $500 because you can spend $5,000 on a wireless system. So it's in the sweet spot of around the $500-600 mark, and you got your body pack, you got your receiver, and the cable comes separate because you've got an option of getting a right hand one or a straight one. Yeah, and all the guys that wanted one now, they've come past. Oh, you got wireless stuff? Yeah, I'll think about it. So they go and buy a line 6 piece of shit with a stupid pod thing hanging off your guitar that fails, and the jack loses connection because it breaks, and so yeah, it's really hard to tell what people actually will buy. They say they want some stuff, and you get it in, and they don't buy it. So it's the joy of retail. Anyone here any suggestions on a 6G2 or trem? Interesting, kind of crispy sounding artifact where only when amp is driven. Is that just what it is? Bias trims, well, yeah. There's Lyle saying bias trims just do that. Also changing your bias point. I haven't played with them that much. I'm planning to because I'm building a Princeton. I want to get more into the bias trims because I haven't played with them that much. There's an optimum bias setting for the output stage, and there's an optimum bias setting for the tremolo. So you've got to find some compromise between the two. I think Lyle will back me up on that, but he knows a lot more. So yeah, ask him on his channel. No, feel free to chime in. Anyone that knows stuff. I know your names, and I know who knows stuff and who's talking out their ass. So if you're talking out your ass, I'll just delete your comment. No, I wouldn't do that. It's not like me, is it? I'll let someone else do that. So, show and tell. I often get asked, what books should I buy? I can't tell you, it's your money. But what I can do is show you the ones I like. And that'll give you a bit of a head start. So, first one. What's your motives? So do you want to learn about electronics in general? Do you want to just know how to fix valve amps in particular, tube amps? Do you want to design stuff? Do you want to fix solid state amps? I think these days, if you're going to advertise your worth as a repair tech, you're going to get brought all sorts of shit. So knowing a lot of solid state theory, in my opinion, you can't really differentiate between solid state theory and vacuum tube theory anyway, because it's all electronics. And if you are differentiating between them, you're just being a bit of a like you got the blinkers on. You just want to fix something, so you may as well take your amp to the tech. If you want to get into electronics, you kind of got to deal with it all. And it's not like there's a big wall set up between solid state and vacuum tubes stuff. It is all electronics. So if you can't understand solid state stuff, but you can understand valve stuff, that means you don't really understand the valve stuff. Let's be honest. I keep seeing you putting on your mic and you drop off. Okay, putting on my mic and I drop off. Can you be clearer on that, Victor? I don't know what that means. It's really hard to dial out the artifacts he's talking about. That's Lyle talking about the tremolo. Let's scroll back up. Let's have a look at the chat, eh? They want wireless, but not pro wireless price. Yeah, well, this is like semi-pro. It's not even pro, really. I mean, like I said, you can spend $5,000 on a wireless system. Mate, it's far too cold to be in the office. What, at 2 degrees Celsius? It's not 2 degrees in here. It's 15. That's fine. 15 is good. I got my jacket. I'm good. I got my coffee. 500-ish isn't bad for a decent wireless. Yeah, well, that's what I thought. It's pretty cheap, really. Might as well spend $500 right from the jump instead of trying 3 to 4. Yeah. Well, cheap wireless, cheap mics in general. Ask me how I know I've wasted a lot of money on shit just for this camera setup. Well, you know, got the overhead cam, which is still working. It's just not fantastic. I've got a Lumix G85, which is my general purpose camera for the shop. It's got a 9mm lens, f1.7. That's $700 just for the lens that you're looking at right now. Got this one, which is $500, but that's secondhand. So that's going to be my talking head one, because you get blurry background. 20mm, so that's 40mm equivalent. When I set up over there, I've got. See, Lyle got on my case last week about my quality of my audio and my quality of my video. So when someone gets on my case about quality of anything, I'm like, right, motherfucker, I'll show you what's what. So, so now I joined the SM57 club. I understand why Lyle's got one, because he's got a very low voice, so the SM7's probably too bassy. Whereas I just had an SM57, so that's why I've got one. I don't care what it sounds like. You can all just deal with it. But that's going to be my guitar video bench, as well as my talking head bench, because I'm planning on doing some interviews with other local channels and stuff soon. Got to get StreamYard, I think it's called, so we can do interview stuff and moderate the chat in the meantime, and do a couple of test runs on that, so that'll be good. I'm trying to promote some other local techs here because I am getting too much work and I need to give some to them. Essentially, that's what it comes down to. So yeah, and then we've got this lens here, which is, these go for about $700 or $800. That's an Olympus, 12 to 40mm. So yeah, you can spend a lot of shit before you find stuff that you need. Luckily, we've got like Facebook Marketplace, eBay. I've actually got a website I can just sell stuff on, e-commerce. So I can get rid of the stuff that I had to buy to figure out what I really need, which I should have just bought this from the get-go. I was almost going to get a DPA mic, a 4066, I think it is the number. That's like a $1,000 mic, and it looks the same as this. So I thought, I've got an account with the people that do Audio Technica, so I'll try the Audio Technica one first. Hopefully that's again me being a cheap ass. For half the price I can order one of them, but it's worked out well, so that's good. I had a horrible woke up with a horrible nightmare that it wouldn't work, because there's for some reason Audio Technica has 2 different wireless connectors. They're just asking people to you know, fall over on that one, but I luckily got the right one and it all fits, so yay. I have a 79 Fender Super Reverb Ultra Linear with no rectifier tube, 2 power tubes, 6 preamp tubes, fuse blown 2 times. What should I do? What should I do? The tube removal test first. Wouldn't say that's a test, Sonny. What test gear you got? If you haven't got any test gear, take it to a tech. If you've got at least a decent meter, you can figure it out. Damn, it's 7 a.m. 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning, 7 degrees outside, cold enough to freeze the nuts off a brass monkey, and you are already at work. I was supposed to be here at 6, Brenton. I'm actually an hour late. I keep seeing you putting your mic. Oh, yeah, we're back there. Amen, no sound issues. Thanks, Lyle. I've definitely noticed a bit of difference depending on the venue power too. Maybe a variac would help optimize things day to day. So is this, it's about the trem. So that points to maybe the bias not being optimized for the trem, because your bias shifts with mains voltage variation. So if your bias is going out, you're probably exiting the optimum bias setting for the tremolo, and you may be going further away or closer to the optimum bias settings for the life of the output valves. But yeah, who knows? Without measurements, Dustin, you're pissing in the wind, mate. Only reason for me to have a wireless is to play from the button while I blast the amps from my bedroom. That's wicked. When I got these ones in, the Audio Technica thing I just showed you, I happened to have a Bogner twin jet Ubershaw in the shop, and anyone that knows Ubershaw twin jets knows they're a fucking beast of an amp, and they're about 150 watts, maybe 200 watts output. So I had that going into a quad, and I walked out onto the street with my guitar. It must look like a real madman. And my whole shop was like my guitar amp, because I opened the front door and let it blast out onto the street. It was a Saturday arvo. And I'm standing over the road at Domino's playing my guitar, and my whole shop is just blasting so loud out into the shop, into the street, sorry. And yeah, I got some weird looks. If I stayed there for a while, it probably would have become someone's viral TikTok video, but audio sounds good to me. That's fantastic. We finally cracked the nut. Only because it doesn't the quality of your work, mate. Who says I do quality work? Lies. I'm a bogan, apparently. Well, you spelt it wrong for starters, Alan. I'm a bogan, apparently. It's always been fine to me. And the repairs are top notch. Are you talking about just videos? Doesn't match. HQ video is a whole different... Oh, I just touched the mic. HQ video is a whole different world compared to HQ wireless audio. Yeah, and when you start talking high quality wireless video, big bickies there, brother. The company that makes the Axoon thing that I was trying to get for live streaming straight to the phone, they do HDMI wireless rigs, and yeah, you're talking barrier to entry, and they're considered a affordable option. They're like $1,500 for their base model. I've got a Roadie Hammer SM. Yeah, Roadie Hammer.
fine choice for voiceovers. Yeah, I think so. Like we were talking about in the last stream, the 57's got slightly less bass response, slightly higher presence peak, which probably doesn't suit my voice great because I'm a nasally dickhead Australian. But, you know, I had it in stock. I got the little windsock there, and an Audio Technica arm, which I had to disassemble. Audio Technica, yeah, I'm having second thoughts about stocking them at all. They do good stuff, but everything's got a drawback. Like if I got a Rode arm or whatever, Rode just works out of the box. Everything's been QC'd to the point that it's ridiculous, and everything's just perfect. Audio Technica, I had to undo all the cover plates and loosen the screws off because it was so fucking stiff. I couldn't move the thing without almost ripping the clamp off the bench. So how many people buy these? Because your average person's a fucking idiot, right? We all know that. How many people buy these things and break them straight out of the box? Like, surely they get ridiculous amounts of returns from people breaking these things. Or do I just keep getting rare examples of something that's the QC's off? I don't think so. I don't think they're saving all the shit to send to a guy that's got a YouTube channel to critique. So, yeah, I had to take all the cover plates off, and there's 3 of them on each elbow, essentially, each joint. And then I had to back the screws off, which was like a 3mm Allen key. And then just check that they weren't going to undo themselves in order to even move the fucking thing. So, another product which I'd like to promote because I sell them, but I can't because it's shit. So anyone that calls me a shill, if you see a product that I've got, you know, there may be a reason I only stock it for a few months, let's put it that way. Because I fundamentally don't like stuff that's not engineered well. It pisses me off because it's so easy to engineer properly. They've gotten that far. Why can't they get the last 10% right? Because there's always stupid shit. So I'm not going to sell stuff that has 10% of stupid shit because it's niggly and annoying. Guitars will hopefully be the final vice. I mean, new hobby of my life. So you collecting guitars, Rob? I don't know about collecting guitars. I was talking about this last night. Collecting anything. Like, I feel guilty owning an amp. Like, at all. Even one that I built. I feel like guilty owning good guitars. Because I could give that guitar to someone else who's way better at playing it than me. And they could create beautiful music with it. And all of society could benefit from it. Instead of it sitting on my wall as a fucking wank mechanism, right? So, I like having quality stuff. But buying like a fucking Gibson Greenie or something and putting it on the wall and being able to play 3 chords on it. Yeah, fair enough. You've worked hard your whole life. You earn whatever the fuck you own and you deserve it. But I can't help but think what someone else could be doing with that guitar. And I feel like it's like having an animal as a pet. To me, I don't want to stop something from being what it should be. I don't know. Yeah, so I don't really collect instruments. But I've always got cool shit here to play anyway, and the only chance I get to play is at work anyway, so I guess it's a moot point. Your phone might be interfering with the audio once in a while. Is it charging near the wireless? No. But I do have the wireless on the floor and the body pack on my hip, so maybe when I turn away from it, my big fleshy mass is preventing it from transmitting effectively, but I doubt that would be the case. Morning, Dad. Morning, Mum, if you're up. New mic sounds good. Yeah, bloody well should. Just built a mod 102 kit. MOD 102 kit. Happy to report it actually works after a bit of troubleshooting. Kellen 707, you had to do some troubleshooting. That's fantastic. It's always kind of disappointing when you fire up an amp and it works first go. because you don't learn anything. All you learn how to do is follow instructions. If it came with instructions, I would recommend not buying kits, but sourcing all the parts yourself, asking for advice by all means. What ceramic caps do you like? To a trusted tech. What film caps do you like? Where do you get them from? What electrolytics should I use? What form factor of electrolytic should I use, and how should I mount them? These are all really good questions, and if you don't bombard someone with them, they will help you. And you can learn so much from building an amp from scratch without using a kit. Like, what do I need for the board? How am I going to construct it? Eyelet, like a Fender? No, that's shit. Turret, like a old Marshall or something? Yes, let's do that. Fiberglass, how thick do I need? Oh, the turrets come into board thickness models, 2mm and 3mm. I'll drill them on a drill press. I'll lay them out. I'll print it on a piece of paper first, tape that to the board, and now I've got my layout. Once you've done all of that, most of an amp is mechanical engineering rather than actually doing the circuit. So the hard part with an amp is building it physically. The circuit's like the easy bit. Well, if you're copying an existing design, if you're designing from scratch, it's not easy. But the hard part's actually physically building the thing and the tools and equipment required. But if you buy a kit, all of that's already done, like especially like the StewMac kits and the Mojotone ones where the box is already built, the board's already laid out. So you don't learn a hell of a lot. This just becomes paint by numbers. But hey, if it works and you just want to build an amp to say I built it, you still did build it, and it's still fucking cool as hell. But if you want to go down the route of rabbit holing into amp design, you probably want to steer away from the kits. Axiom HDMI over wireless is thousands. Yes, there's a ridiculous amount. There's something going on with the video. You're getting streaking across the image as though there's some corruption. Oh, for fuck's sake. There's always something, mate. There's always something. You know what that probably is? The cheap ass adapter that I got. So my main USB capture is this one. That's a Magewell, but it's expensive as all fuck. So let's swap them over. No, fuck it. I'm not dealing with it. Oh, now it's dropped out. Isn't that great? So here's my Cam Live video interface already died. Deactivate, activate. It's already dead. I'll be sending that to that fucking company. They're just a bunch of drop shippers. A lot of these shops are being pretty dishonest about their business model. Okay, I think I might have run out of battery. We run out of battery? Yep. Okay. So, 2 faults hit at once, as they often do. We had streaking across the video, as well as a dead battery. I don't think the two are related. Is it charging? Yes, it's charging. So that's a problem with the some of the professional cameras. You can't just plug them into a power supply. You have to have a battery in them, which is another super stupid fucking thing. Hello? Then we're back. Gotta refocus it. Here we go. We've got the streaks happening still. You fix the audio quality and then the video quality goes out. Isn't that great? Not here, 6. Yeah, I did see it 6. I saw the black streaks. It was like 1 pixel thickness streaming across the screen. Like a bit of static almost. You probably wouldn't see it on a phone screen. If you're paying that much, you'll need to start an OnlyFans to get value out of the dollars. Yeah. Well, I've been talking to Six about my OnlyFans channel. Yeah, we're going to increase the quality on that, but not too much because you don't want to see every pimple on my ass. Brad's never looked and sounded better. Really? Well, getting a bit you're gonna make me blush. Happy dry July, Brad. Thanks, Dad. There's no better way to start dry July than late and hungover. I wonder if that video artifact was caused by the battery dropping, Champions, because it seems to have gone away. Has it gone away? Looks like it's gone away. I'm seeing it on two devices, more noticeable on a large screen. Yeah, I think it's gone away now. I've got to catch up with the chat though. Alright, so yeah, back to the books. Sorry, Steve. We're on the tangential train. Do you sell modelers? No, but I've got show and tell, so hold your horses and we'll get to a modeler that I just repaired that I like. Awesome, you're my favourite amp tech. Don't have favourites. You have taught me so much. Oh God, really? Taught you how to be cynical and a cockhead? Because that's what I profess in. I've said several times to people, this isn't an instructional channel. Unfortunately, I don't think that I'm at the level where I can comfortably teach people how to be techs. Because I'm barely a tech myself. Like, honestly, the way I view myself, I'm a janitor with a soldering iron. And there's engineers out there in my friend circle as well. I am in awe of these people. They design devices. They're like, if you're here, you know who you are. But they're like, Lady Gaga. Oh, I want to change settings on my whatever from the side of stage and not have to go over there. But I also want another switching unit to be able to synchronize to that setting on the other side of the stage. So no matter what side of the stage I'm on, I can see what setting it's on and press a button to change it, and both of them change. And if I need to run around the other side, I can do that. And it needs to go over MADI link or whatever to our multi-track recording system. And it also needs to talk to MIDI to change the setting on the thing. And it needs to talk to DMX because it needs to be synchronized with the light changes. But only when I press the button will it synchronize to the light changes. I'd be like, fucking what? Can you back up a second and just say that again slower? Meanwhile, my man's out there fucking designing it. He's already ordered the chassis to get powder coated and screen printed, and it's ready within like a fortnight. That's an engineer. That's a smart guy. Not me. I'm just a dickhead working on cheap amps. So, so that's engineering. I just wish a lot of those guys that do that stuff would document more of it, because it is so interesting to me. These solutions, these crazy solutions they come up for these requests. In comparison to that, I'm just a hack. Brad, how did your Dry July fundraiser go? Yes, I'll get to that. Did you make your goal? Yes, I did. On the last stream, I think it was Travis donated a very generous amount, and we made it over the $1,000 mark. I think we're sitting at 1,020 or something at the moment. And today, I know it's not July over in the States yet, but you'll wake up to, on the 1st of July, if I have time, a video of my first non-alcoholic beverage review, which is hopefully pretty funny and entertaining. So I'll try to get one of them out every single day for you champions, because I think they're funny. And if I'm out there just going, please donate, you're just like a beggar on the street. You're not offering anything. You're just like one of those dickheads with the cup that's just like that on the street. If you're actually doing shit and being entertaining and funny, that's the way to get engagement, and that's the way to give people something back that makes them want to donate money without feeling like they're being begged. So doing the videos, the non-alcoholic beverage reviews is a good humorous way of making people not feel like they're being begged, even though they are. So they'll be coming out soon. Hopefully one every day. If I miss any, or I don't have time to shoot any, or I just forget to buy some drink to review, I'll just pop up one of the ones from a previous year, because they're pretty funny as well. Must be a large screen issue. Yeah, we're still talking about. I'm back in the chat a bit. Play guitars. Collect model railroads. Build RC combat model warships. That's cool as shit, Rob. My grandfather was into model trains. He had a massive setup. I forget the scale. There's different scales. Triple O or something. Or H scale. I forget the names. Could be the actual greenie and someone plays Metallica on it. I'm clipping, sorry. Oh, that made me laugh. Could be Kirk Hammett playing the fucking Peter Green guitar through a wah pedal and playing the Phrygian scale. Yeah. That sucks a bit. That guitar is in Kirk Hammett's hands. But hey, Kirk Hammett is a very lovely person, so it's kind of good from that point of view. That almost made me... Yeah. The human body is an excellent RF insulator. Well, yeah, until you give it RF at about 10,000 volts, then it's a pretty good conductor. Holy crap, just stepped outside for the first time. It's a blast furnace. Feels like 120. Shit. Where are you, Alan? That's hot as hell. I think you're in Vegas, aren't you, Alan? Is that you in Vegas? I'm trying to remember who's where, but... Oh, g'day, Gooden. How you going, champ? Good to have you. Terry London, I'm watching on phone, and I do see the streaks. Yeah, I think they're still there. Yeah, so I should have just got another Magewell. That goes to show you get $160, so that's like $100 US HDMI to USB 3 capture device. I should have got the $400 Magewell again, because it's a weapon. It has been with me for since 2016, I think. And it's a bloody weapon. So Magewell is a company you can trust. They make amazing shit. But it's not cheap. There's nothing that's good ever is. Yeah, Scott says, Lyle, I agree about the greenie. Why waste that on high gain tones? Yeah. Why play it through a mess of boogie? Ugh. Play a greenie through a mess of boogie. Ugh. I love Peter Green. I listen to it all the time. Listen to him all the time. And the old school, Fleetwood stuff. It's fantastic. A lot of that stuff, you sort of, this is a long distance test, by the way. I'm walking down the front of the shop. You listen to it your whole life because you get it shoved down your throat. But when you actually get into it yourself, it's a different vibe. So, because I'm going to get nothing done this morning, because I'm sleep deprived and hungover, we'll have a bit of a show and tell, eh? So I've got to record this. Got to record this for a customer onto that little drive there. So I'll try to find time to do that over this weekend. Yeah, Beatles. Johnny Winter, captured live. This is the shop records. I've got to bring some more down. Australian Crawl. M.Zuiko. You guys probably don't even know what this is. Australian Crawl. Oh, he's got my hairline. James Rain is a singer. And he's got a reputation as you can't understand a fucking word he says. So, like, their biggest song, this is probably their biggest album. It's got Errol and Things Don't Seem. So the chorus is like, things just dancing. I had no idea what the fuck he was saying for years, and then I looked up lyrics. I'm like, what? That's what he's saying? Anyway, JJ Cale, love JJ Cale. Blind Faith, $20. This is Eric Clapton, Steve Winwood, Ginger Baker, Rick Gretsch. This was like a bit of a super group back in the day. They only did one album. One of their albums had a bit of a like pedo like cover. It was a bit pedo-y, like worse than Nevermind by Nirvana. Eurythmics. I got that for Shell. I play that when she's in the shop. Great album. Fleetwood Mac. There it is. Yeah. Dire Straits. The Reels. I don't know why I bought that. I think I bought it because the cover looks cool. And yes, I never even listened to that. I don't know. I think I bought it hungover as well. I got to bring more records. I should bring all my records down because I fucking live here now. So, I think it looks great. No issues. Changed from 180p to 720. Voice is much improved. Thank you. That's a big ease on my mind. That's really interesting. As the battery started to die, we got streaks. I've never seen that before. We're going streaking. Travis. I always picture what was that movie, Old School, where he's, honey, we're going streaking. You think KFC's still open? Oh, I love him. YouTube convinced me to buy a matchless amp. Sounds great, but have I bottled it because I hear servicing is too hard and expensive? No, it's not at all. Matchless amps are a little bit expensive to service because generally only premium techs will touch them. Well, hopefully. But it's a bit like Bag Cat. That Lynx 50 I had recently is pretty much built just like a matchless, so it's all point to point. The only problem is, instead of doing the wraps that go just over and turn 90 degrees, they go over, they turn 90 degrees and they fold back over, so you got to mangle stuff a little bit to, well, you got to move to solder wick for that, because the extractor gun just can't get every last little skerrick of solder out of there. But yeah, there's no reason a matchless amp should be expensive to service. Generally, it's just like you only trust it to premium techs who generally have a higher price anyway, though. So your average fuckwit like me will repair a DSL 40 and, you know, I've got to start bringing the bar up a little bit because I'm getting a lot of just repetitive stuff like valve states where people don't want to spend $150 to fix solder joints, but you kind of have to charge that because it takes you an hour and a half to take the thing apart, get to it, and put it back together and test it. So maybe we bring the bar up a little bit, and then the techs who have their bar up a little bit sometimes will be the only ones that touch matchless amps. So maybe that's what it is. But you probably find the only thing with matchless amps is I find a lot of them expect a lot out of the output valves and they run them way too hot. Seems to be a thing with premium amps, Class A. I just broke my own rule. Class A on the front panel, but actually just cathode biased. They just run them way hot for some reason. Just saw your video on the 400. What do you think of Galley and Kruger's work? Well, back in the day, they were brick shithouses, really. I mean, like, you saw that 400 and the 800 as well. I did a few videos. They were very, what's the word? Very basic amplifiers. Like, no safety circuits to speak of. No safe operation area protection for the transistors. Or no speaker protection. Like, they give a big thump when you turn them on, and people often ask about that, and well, it's just part of it. But they're brick shithouses. They just keep battling on. The fact that thing made noise, I can't remember the 400 how bad it was, but the fact that real bad one made noise right up until the point they brought them in is a testament to how brick shithousey they are. I prefer a wet July. Yeah. We never get rain in July. It's pretty rare that we do, even during La Nina. In winter here, it just turns dry as hell. You grow up just thinking that's a phenomenon of winter, but it's just the weather patterns locally. And there's actually a song about that. Drought Breaking in July by Slim Dusty when he was about 16 years old. He wrote When the Rain Tumbles Down in July, and that was one of the first songs that I learned on guitar. Ah, Slim Dusty, what a bloody legend. So yeah, Gooden says, I prefer a wet July, i.e. more rain, so that the woods around me are less likely to catch fire from fireworks. Yeah, well, yeah, 4th of July, shit. Yeah, that's really bad timing. I worry about some of my beer neighbours, yeah, doing something dumb with fire. Shit, Gooden. Get the hose out, mate. Get the fire extinguisher. So get your fire extinguisher out, and if any local fuckwits start a fire with fireworks, you can put the fire out, and then you can belt them overhead with the fire extinguisher once it's empty. That's my recommendation. Over here, flicking a cigarette out of your car in summer is a fucking bashable offence. You can pull that person out of the car and you can pound their skull into the fucking pavement and no one will like frown at you for it, because fires here in summer during drought, this place is a fucking tinderbox just waiting to go off, and all it takes is some dickhead to ride a dirt bike through the bush, throw embers out the exhaust, to throw a cigarette out, to go camping and have a fire. But our worst fires here recent years were actually caused by the military out west doing ordnance training in a windy, hot day in the middle of a drought. They were using grenades, for fuck's sake. Like, don't get me started. Anyway. But in comparison to many amp techs out there, we're talking about how I'm a hack. I'm a hack, but those guys are hacks too. It's like, there's just certain levels of narcissism that make some of these people declare themselves as amp techs. They like getting the positive feedback, and as an electronics tech, you know that positive feedback just leads to a hard comparator condition. It doesn't allow you to amplify a signal. It doesn't allow you to adjust. Positive feedback just sends you to thinking that you're amazing, right? Like a comparator, you just get thrown to the rail. Negative feedback is what makes you improve. So when people say, I don't, positive feedback's good. No, negative feedback's good because it allows you to correct and improve, as we know from an electronics point of view as well. But some of these other techs just like praise, and they get into it because they want to get patted on the head and told that they're a good little boy. So I think that's the answer behind a few YouTube channels. I can't say much. I'm a dickhead with a YouTube channel. Just put them out as shorts. What are we talking about? I'm way back in the chat. I've never had the chat be self-sustaining until now, which is fantastic, because I used to do a live thing and there'd be like 3 people chatting and the chat wasn't sustainable, whereas now it seems to be, which is fantastic. Thanks for joining us, legends. How about golden tickets for Dry July? Any point in that? There is. Some people use them. I don't, because I figure if I'm doing Dry July, I'm doing Dry July. What you got to understand is most Australians are alcoholics. But because we're in Australia and surrounded by other alcoholics, it's socially acceptable to be an alcoholic in Australia. So asking someone not to drink a single drop for a month is it's significant in Australia. In America, it's probably not a big deal. It's like a lot of people don't drink. But in Australia, it's like, oh shit, what do I do? So it's a significant thing, and it also makes me reassess how much I do drink. So it's a good thing to do. I usually get into fitness a little bit more, and it lasts for another month or so after July, and then it kind of drops off as the weather warms up. We turn into couch potato party animals. I've been using a $20 one with no issues. Are you talking about the HDMI thing, Lyle? $20? What, Amazon? When you said cheap, I was assuming $100, maybe $150. You bought a $20 HDMI capture card? Great Great album. The cover was for that album. Yeah, that was the same album. They only did one album. This is Blind Faith. But they had to change the cover at some point because it was a bit pedo-y. There was like a 14-year-old that was like sexualized on the front, which is pretty fucked up. But in the hedonistic days of the 70s, it was probably commonplace. And when they made them change it, they were probably just papering over the reality of the situation. No, but as an American, Australia's indie rock, post-grunge, pop, punk is top tier. Yes, we were the center of the fucking musical universe in the mid to late 90s. Australia was the center of music in the world in the mid to late 90s, in my opinion. And I was there for it, and I just got to witness the end of it, and I'm very thankful for that. Everyone goes, oh, I wish I was born in the 70s. Really? Do you really want to go to a Zeppelin gig where there's fucking 50,000 people and you can't hear shit because the PA is a 70s PA that barely you can hear 3 rows back? We were at my gig going thing was at the crux of line arrays being standardized, so the audio was fantastic, and there was still the festival atmosphere, which was amazing. And very happy that I got to witness the end of the indie rock boom. The Blind Faith album had a topless adolescent redhead girl holding a sleek chrome model airplane on the cover. Yeah, that's the cover that was a bit dodge. Well, I kind of agree. I kind of disagree. It takes about 10 minutes to change a resistor in a matchless. Yeah, so that's the lead wrap over thing, and sometimes you've got to remove components to get to components, but in the scheme of things, like, you don't have to remove a board, you don't have to remove all the pots off the front, so it sort of works out in the wash, and you can sort of access everything to measure it. Still less creepy than Scorpion's Virgin Killer. Yeah. Oh, there's so much dodgy shit over the years, eh? Versus 1 minute and most other amps. Well, 1 minute, yeah, I don't know. If you've got to remove the main board, maybe not a minute. That was Ginger Baker's daughter. Well, that makes sense. Like the documentary film Beware, Mr. Baker, great drummer, unpleasant man. Yeah, I've heard he was an absolute prick. But, you know, a lot of musicians, a lot of people that do amazing shit are not pleasant people. Part of the reason is... You telling me to stop slouching, Lyle? You telling me to stop slouching? Listen here, MF. I'm slouching because I'm looking at a fucking laptop screen. They are amp-techs who like negative feedback loops. Yeah, well, we love negative feedback. Cleans everything up. Have to go. See you, Rob. Oh, come on. Come on, YouTube. My 6th beer today. Good on you, Jutuka. I don't know how to pronounce your thing. Yes, $20 HDMI card works fine with my 1080 streams. Damn you. Damn you and your Amazon. Yeah, I'm getting to the books. Sorry, I'm talking shit. I'm catching up. I haven't had a drink for 2 months. I only drink when something's happening. Yeah, that's a good way to be. So that's Crap Malls AU, formerly Analog Malls. I know who you are. Good to see you, mate. I hope you're, which was it? Vox. I hope your Vox is doing well. I was born in the... No, you had a red knob twin. Yes. I know people buy their amplifiers. I was born in the late 60s from someone who was there to see it. From someone who was there to see it. The 70s sucked. Yeah. People look back at shit with rose-coloured glasses. Like, sometimes I think, the high school days. And then I remember, hang on, I hated high school. I hated every minute that I was there. I'd do anything not to go there. I got bullied. I had severe anxiety about things like physical education because I was overweight. I had red hair. I got hassled for that. Every single thing that kids could pick out in order to grind me down, they picked out. So, yeah, you have these moments where you're like, yeah, high school, and you're like, no, I fucking hated high school. So you've got to not think about your past with rose-coloured glasses. You've got to be realistic. Negative feedback to improve your future. All right? If you look at everything with rose-coloured glasses, you're just bullshitting yourself. Midnight Oil concert at Kuyong late 80s. I'm sure I sustained hearing damage for that. Yeah, so that was before they had good sound dispersion, which requires science. So they just pounded power into the room. So, yeah, you could hear it. It sounded like shit, but it was loud. And that was the 80s. And there was probably a lot of cocaine and alcohol involved with the sound techs as well, because they were all wanted to be part of the rock and roll scene. So I've got a copy of Skinner's Street Survivors LP with several band members on fire. Yes, Michelle's dad has that too. And then they changed it after the plane crash. Yep, so we've got a copy. Well, Shell's dad has a copy of that before they changed it as well. It's pretty rare and apparently pretty expensive. Happy holiday weekend. Oh, yeah, it's 4th of July holiday weekend. So, what's that? So, do you guys... 4th of July is on Tuesday. So, that's a public holiday. But what about Monday? Is that like one of those days that just no one turns up? Just some friendly negative feedback per your request. Thank you. That is really nice shop. Thank you. I'll send you a link to the HDMI thingy. Thank you. All right, we've caught up. I'm heading out in a tick to have a drink with my wife. Is this going to be another Iron Man all day stream? Possibly. We'll see how many customers we get. It's 8 a.m. I open at 9:30, so we've got another hour and a half to ourselves. Don't forget Canada Day tomorrow. Oh, shit. Canada Day. I took vacation for Monday. I reckon everyone did, Travis. All right, so back to the books. Caught up with chat. So, what books do you want to read? Depends on what you want to do. If you just want to fix your amp, or maybe flip some amps, buy them on eBay. Get them running, get them producing signal, regardless of how good it is. You probably want to buy Jack Darr's book about tube amp something. I forget the name of it, but Jack Darr, D-A-R-R, is probably the book you want. Or there's another one, I forget who it is, but I think one of them was a little bit sketchy on its material. There was some incorrect information in it. I think that was one of the Gerald Weber books, but I can't remember that in detail enough to cite that. But from what I hear off the guys that I respect, Jack Darr is a book to get. I don't have that because I've got various other books that fill that niche and go into further detail, which is what I want. This one, Merlin Blencow. Caution, risk of electric shock. Yeah, no shit. Designing valve preamps for guitar and bass. So this is fantastic on just the simple theory it gets into. Fundamentals of amplification. Now, this tells you enough to be dangerous, but doesn't go down the rabbit hole. Things like load lines and stuff, you really should know. It would solve a lot of problems for you in the design thing, but in repair work, it's probably not that critical. Like, unless you're redesigning stuff, you probably don't really need to go into load lines and stuff to know what voltages need to be where, because when you're dealing with amps that have failed, things are way out of whack. In valve amps, because you got AC coupling on every stage, when there's a problem in a valve amp, it generally sticks to that stage. And it's reasonably easy to troubleshoot because, well, you've got six components in that stage. You can just shotgun them and you've repaired the problem. So I guess that's why a lot of people find it easier to deal with valve stuff and don't touch solid state stuff. Like, a lot of techs won't touch solid state, and they seem to claim some kind of superiority, you know. I don't touch that solid state shit, you know, it's below me, you know. But really, it's just they can't fucking fix it because everything's DC coupled, which brings me on to Designing Audio Power Amplifiers. This is a fantastic book. It is up around 800 pages, and it goes pretty heavy into theory, but it covers a lot of stuff like filter theory that you kind of need to know as well, servos. But the reason I got this book is it's great for using as a memory tool to recognize architecture of solid state amplifiers. So I'm not designing audio amplifiers, but if I knew how to design an audio amplifier, I'd be able to reverse engineer everyone that I came in contact with, and I'd know what an IPS is, what a VAS is, what a fucking bias spreader is, all this stuff. Instead of having this stuff as mystery, you can read this book, and now you pick up patterns when you read a schematic. So the main reason I got this is to get better at fixing solid state amplifiers, because I fix PA amplifiers and a lot of discrete stuff. Hi-fi's that thing. Yeah, and we've got the classic. If you don't own this, just buy it today. Don't ask people if it's good. Just buy it. Just buy it. This goes back to the fundamentals. However, it doesn't go into like this electron met this electron and they loved each other very much. There's a level of abstraction that it doesn't push into that a lot of other electronics books, particularly from pre-70s, pre-80s, they got right down into, like, you know, the stuff you don't need to know. This thing glosses a little bit over the full-on, you know, quantum physics shit, which you just don't need to know. As simple as that. But it goes into such detail. It's great. And it's written, it looks scary because it's a thick book. The pages are thin and there's so much there. It's got 2 columns. But it's actually written in a really reader-friendly way. And there's humor in it. Almost every page, there's like a joke or a little nudge, nudge, wink, wink. So you feel like you're talking to your professor instead of talking to some, you know, faceless tech creature. It's easier to read than one would think, and once you start reading it, you realize that it's like you're talking to your favorite professor. So these guys are bloody legends, and this is the 3rd edition. The 2nd edition, which I've also got, this came out in 2018, I think. The 2nd edition is fantastic. You can often find that secondhand. It's not massive differences for the analog audio tech. It's mainly updated all the microcontroller and logic stuff, and you know, the digital shit has been updated, which we don't give a fuck about anyway. Douglas Self. This goes into stuff that is fantastic for solid state preamp design or pedals or just troubleshooting hi-fi stuff or studio gear. If you're repairing a lot of studio gear, this one's a must-have. The NE5532 preamp, op amp, sorry. It goes into details of the parts that we've encountered. It's got schematics of them. The biggest one with this one is filter theory. There's massive amounts of filter theory, which is great. I've bookmarked something there. What was I reading? I was reading about biasing of emitter followers, and that was my ticket to Brisbane. What? Where did I go to Brisbane? I can't even remember. I don't know. I can't remember going to Brisbane. Yeah, so that's a fantastic book for anyone who's doing studio stuff, hi-fi stuff. But it also goes into like tone stack, I guess you could say tone stack theory, equalizer theory, pretty heavily, which is great. I got an email the other week, someone trying to figure out a certain generation of Big Muff, trying to figure out what the EQ was, and I could say, well, that's a 6 dB per octave, just basic LC filter. RC filter. That's a back sandal mid control. This is a James, I I forget what it was, but there was 3 different types of EQ in the one pedal, and this guy wanted to transfer it to a valve amp. And I said, well, you can do that. You just need to scale the values to suit the impedance that you're going to have in a valve amp. And then I ran him through that, and last I heard he was successful, but yeah, so that's another fantastic book. There's many others. That's the ones that I might go to. So the reason I feel like I'm not a tech is because my memory is dog shit. I can't remember anything. So I've always got them within an arm's length. I know what I need to read. I know the basic, like, I know where the wall is, and I know what the wall's called. So I use these to get over the wall. There's no shame in that. Don't expect me to quote, any formulae on command, because I can't. My memory's dog shit. But I know, okay, I need to know the -3 dB point of this filter. Fucked if I know how. I can't remember. I can't just write it down. A lot of people can. So I need to pull out the book and look up the formula to figure it out, because my memory's shit. So yeah, to me, I think maybe the biggest thing with being a real tech and an engineer is just you got better memory. You don't have to look shit up all the time, so you're more efficient and you can build stuff quicker. I don't know, but yeah, every time I need to figure something out, I need to pull a book out. So that sucks a bit, but it is what it is. So I probably didn't do great at school. Anyway, alright, scrolling back up. Too damn hot to think about Canada. Oh, Canada. Oh, you saw Skinner in Memphis months before their crash. That's lucky. Sucks what happened. Agree about high school. Interesting to see how the cool people all look like fat old losers, and the outliers are to the ones with the real money and are happy. Yeah, I was one of the nerds. I was sort of drifted between them. I didn't really, I don't know. I sort of went between the jocks and the skaters and the metalheads, and I ended up being one of the metalheads. But a lot of the metalheads were really fucking weird. They weren't like, like the metalheads now, like Vikings and shit that like just pour a beer over their own head and shit like they are. They were introverted nerds, most of the metalheads. So they were a bit hard to get a rise out of until you've got a skin full of piss into them. And then they came out of their skin. So that's why we love going to gigs, because all the nerds came out of their shell. It was great. The Great Lakes are the new Riviera, except polluted. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about there, mate. But valve amplifiers by Morgan Jones taught me a lot of what I use today. I've never heard of that one. Morgan Jones. Huh, I'll have to check that out. Supposedly Warner Brothers kept greatest hits compilations on reel-to-reel tapes on a shelf labeled Plane Crash in case a famous artist died, to be ready to capitalize with a fast record release. Really good. That goes to show the state of the yeah, God. It goes to show the state of the airlines at the time. Well, they would have been private pilots, probably high on coke as well. Have all of the MB books, both the first and second power supplies? Yeah, apparently he pulled the first power supply book because it had errors in it, and he missed them during editing. So he pulled the book entirely and put it on the shelf until he had time to get back to it. And apparently he's just got back to it. I haven't read it yet. I should get back to that. Yeah, it's time to buy some more books, I think. MB, John Williamson means Merlin Blencow. Load lines are used for when optimizing reverb driver circuits. Yes, that's a perfect solution for that. Trying to not get clipping on your reverb drive. You need to grab this section about books and put it in a separate video. Well, I'm probably going to do a video just about books, Lyle. And probably get some more before that. and get my ducks in a row and think about what I'm going to say first. Scripting a video feels so fucking weird and wrong. It feels disingenuous. Disingenuous? Yeah, that's the word. Oh, God. I've got an English major on my stream and I can't speak. But having some notes about what I want to say about the books would be a good thing. And I think putting a few bookmarks in there, showing chapters in detail without compromising copyright. Yeah, it would probably be a good option for a video. But having said that, when you start doing stuff like that, like tutorial type, this is what you should learn, the implication is that I am a authority on what you should know, and that is far from the case. So I don't want to appear to be a teacher because I'm not good enough to be a teacher. It comes down to that. And some of these other channels, I see the shit that they're doing and the dangerous shit they're doing, like fucking switching the neutral and fusing the neutral, like basic shit where you've got a choice of doing two things, neither of which is more work than the other, but you just choose the wrong one every time. And then these guys are pretending they're teachers. So yeah, I don't like the idea of pretending I'm an authority when I'm not. But giving you guys like an indication of what books I've read and that have helped me out a lot is just honest thing. Like, these books were good to me, try them out. I reckon I can do that. I went to just one high school reunion. Roughly 1/3 of the class, oh God, my eyes, was MIA. Like, they fell off the face of the earth. A few folks I would have liked to see weren't there. I think the people that were repressed in high school were probably the interesting ones, and they're not the ones that are going to go to the high school reunion because people treated them like shit. They're the ones out there living life and trying to forget high school altogether. I didn't go to any of my high school reunions because all the people I went to school with that I was friends with and are friends with, I still hang out with. So, there was no attraction to it at all. Although the one reason I did want to go to high school reunion is to find out what nerdy chicks are now hot, because all the nerdy chicks turned out smoking hot, and all the hot chicks are like just fat deros now. It's great. All the nerdy chicks are like... Anyway, moving on. Yeah, so Lyle just wants to link it instead of saying this stuff every other chat. Yeah. Let's do that, Lyle. I'll do a video on books, but I might have a chat to you and some of the other boys first to get a sort of recommended library of books to talk about, and even not just books but online resources as well. There's a lot of shit out there, but there's a lot of good stuff, and a lot of the good stuff has been relatively unchanged for the last 10 years. Like, the site looks the same as it did 10 years ago, so I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon, which is great. Gooden's quoting Steely Dan. Try Electron Tube Design 1962 RCA if you truly want to get down in the weeds. The 20 pages of heater setup will get you down in the rabbit hole with bugs. That's why I didn't suggest the Radiotron Designer's Handbook. And there's also another one I've got which even gets into like nuclear theory. It's like you don't need to know about nuclear reactions to to fix a valve. But a lot of the RF guys, RF is like black art. It's scary to me. So yeah, a lot of the books will come from an RF side because that was the main purpose of valves, was communication before amplification. So the real early books will have a focus on RF, which is fantastic, but not necessarily aimed at the stuff that my channel's about. One day, you will start to see RF stuff on my channel, but now is not the day, and probably not for the next 10 years. If there is a YouTube in 10 years, I'll probably be into RF a bit more than I am now. Because it'll be end times, and we'll need to make our own radios out of a can of fucking corn and a dead cat spine. So, so we'll need to have RF knowledge to be able to organise the uprising. Being a pro doesn't mean knowing everything. It means knowing how to find stuff out. Well, that's what I think. But it doesn't help the old imposter syndrome to not be able to remember anything and have to look shit up every time. People who aren't techs, who think they know what a tech is, will disparage you for having to look shit up. It's like, dude, it's called a reference book for a reason, because you fucking refer to it. Anyway. No engineer knows everything, just where to find the info they need. Yeah, and then you forget it immediately afterwards. And have to look it up every time. That's how I work. Your memory's great. Your esoteric explanation of what might be wrong with my mate's reverb valve was impressive. I forget that. Okay. Thanks, mate. Thank you so much for all the book recommendations. I have a couple of those, but just ordered The Art of Electronics. Yes, Nick, do not hesitate. And if you want to brush up on the theory, or how do I say this? If you want something to spur you on to keep learning stuff that you maybe don't need right this minute, get the student manual that comes with it. Well, it doesn't come with it. You got to buy it separately. But the Art of Electronics hardcover that I just showed you, that's the Art of Electronics. When you say the Art of Electronics, that's the book. There's also a student manual, which is a soft cover, but just as big, just as thick. It's like 800 pages. It's like actually being in a class, and it has exercises, and it says, okay, design a emitter follower with this amount of gain, with this input and output impedance. And it doesn't give you the answer. So you can't just flick to the back. Oh, that's how you do it. You can't flick to the back and figure it out. But it forces you to read back that chapter and actually put what is in that chapter into practice. And that helps you remember. If you don't remember the formulas and the values and everything, at least it makes you understand the concept of designing an emitter follower stage. So every chapter, you read the chapter of Art of Electronics, and then you read the student manual, and they work together as two books that form sort of one. Now, the student manual is fantastic, but the Art of Electronics book itself is great as a reference. If you're learning, or if you want to increase your skill set, the student manual is recommended along with the Art of Electronics. But the Art of Electronics you have to get. The student manual is something I'd recommend to get in addition to it. Don't just buy the student manual. If you're going to just get one, and they're not cheap, they're like over here like $150 for that book. It's the value of it though. I paid $500 for that book. It's, it's worth the money. Anyone here have the Beatles record with the butcher cover covered up by a big sticker? Huh. Never heard of that. Being too hard on yourself, I can't remember numbers. I forget the terms in the solid state circuit because it's not my daily life. Though I know how to work on them, I'm just rusty on the lingo. Yeah, knowing, like, the tricky part with circuits is you got to see a pattern in the circuit. You got to recognize what it is, what its purpose is. Then you got to know what the term for it is in order to go online, figure out what conditions it should be in, or use your reference books, figure out what conditions it should be operating with, and then determine if it has those conditions that are required. So that's like a 5-step process just to recognize what a voltage amplifier stage is. And then multiply that by every little bit of a circuit in a solid state amplifier, for example. And you've got a pretty full day on your hands to fix 1 amp. The death clause. Al Jorgensen is mad. He is worth more dead than alive. He's a cool fucker. I've got a copy of the new Merlin Blancow power supply book. It's solid. Oh, sweet. You've got a copy. I'll have to get one. Where'd you get that? 6? Was that just Booktopia or something? Don't say Amazon. Don't tell me you patronise Amazon. I've got an electrical engineering degree. All the engineers I know reference stuff all the time, unless it's a specific task we do constantly. I've got plenty on text files, and it just jumped. I've got plenty on text files I refer to all the time. Morgan Jones, Volume 4 is the one to get. Volume 1, Merlin Blancow does have error. The edit on to leave something out. Oh, I can't read that. Sorry, John. It's okay, I majored in English, but none of that applies to Australian. Yeah, we speak fluent convict. You cannot teach. That's what I do, microwave amps. Gringo Pig, haven't seen you for a while, champ. How you going? Huge amount of 50s and 60s books. Yeah, like I say, the 50s and 60s stuff was very RF oriented. RF is just higher frequency where stray factors become real important. Yes, not as much a black art when you know the stray capacitance and inductance are what makes the thing act wonky. Yeah, Dad just found that out on our AWA Radiolette, which is now at home. I think I put a photo up of that. Hey Brad, how did you learn this stuff? Self-taught or did you go to school for it? No, self-taught, unfortunately. I couldn't afford to go to school. I had to leave school and go straight into joinery because it was the one skill I already had. And then I always played with electronics when I was a kid. I probably should have pursued it more. But when you have to leave school, you have to earn money to make your own way. So there was no time or money to study, to go to university or whatever. So went straight into a trade that I wasn't necessarily in love with, and worked very hard in that trade to get back to this, to be able to do it full time. So it's still a battle. Probably always will be. I'm reading audio engineering part of the Know It All series at the moment. It covers all aspects of recording and playback. I studied, the one thing I am qualified in is audio engineering, and it's the one thing I don't use at all because there's no money in it anymore, unfortunately. I used to do gigs, PA stuff. I got a PA system up front. I had a Allen and Heath QU16 digital console, a Electro Voice Live X PA system was made in inch subs and tops and foldbacks, a lighting rig. And before COVID, I tried to sort of do some weekend gigs, just local bands and stuff, sometimes going into the city and doing PA in pubs and clubs and whatever. You'd drive in for an hour, you'd load in for an hour, you'd set up for an hour, the gig would take 3 or 4 hours, you'd tear down for an hour, pack it in the van, drive back for an hour. So add all of those hours up, and then at the end of the night they'd whinge about having to pay you $300. I'm like, are you fucking serious? And it happened 3 times, and I'm just like, fuck this. You can run your own PA, fuck off. So yeah, I just sold all the shit. It's like, if you don't run your own PA as a band, and you don't accept that there's a cost required to get you sounding like you're not shit, you can do it your fucking self. And it all goes back to the venues. Like that whole band probably got $300 for that night, and they were doing the same shit as me, loading in, setting up. You got your skill that you've honed over the years, and you get like $300. It's not valued anymore, being an artist, and it sucks ass. It's really shit, and people are only going to realise when it's too late that we've lost all this talent, and it's going to be a shittier existence for it being alive. So bright on this channel. The Navy had the NEATS, Navy Electricity and Electronic Training Correspondence books. I wish I still had them. May have heard Ken Fisher or Gerald Weber refer to them. Yeah, Ken Fisher's another one that was pretty iconic. I almost considered, when I was starting my career in joinery, about joining the Air Force to get electronic training, but I had a massive problem with authority. I didn't like people telling me what to do, so I thought that's not going to end well. Now I'd probably join the military, no problem. I'd a bit more disciplined these days, but back then, yeah, you did not want to try and tell me what to do. But that would have been a way to learn for free, essentially. But these days it would be all digital and communication, so someday I'll be able to figure out why that LMO is making laser noises and fix it. Well, Nick, laser noises. Interesting. Same as tube circuit, just different. You can only get it through his site. Oh, or through the link to Lulu. An on-demand print company. Okay, so you order the book and it literally prints that book for you and sends it out. I've heard about that. That's really interesting, eh? You order one book, they print that fucking one book for you and send it to you. It's like automated. Tubes used in computers sometimes fail prematurely due to the cathode poisoning caused by the tube being heated but run without any plate current flowing for long periods of time. Huh. And people on the gear page think that will happen to their Princeton. Cathode poisoning, yeah. Don't talk about forums, Lyle. Just pretend they don't exist, mate. You'll be happier for it. Yes, good, and cathode failures were very common. See you all later. See you, Travis. Jump back on if it's still going. Yeah, see you later. I'm probably still be on my third Panasonic battery by then. Anyway, well, show and tell. I got this thing with a broken screen. I was going to do a video on the screen replacement, but it's pretty niche. The screen was like $50 or something, so I thought, I'll replace it. I think I quoted the customer like 75. So yeah, like 25% margin on the screen, plus I think I quoted an hour labour, so it ended up being like $185 to repair it. He's like, nah, just keep it. Alright. So I chucked it on the shelf and ordered the screen for it. It looks like it's copped a bit of a hit. Someone's trodden on that pot because it's tried to push through the knob. But it's a little weapon, and it sounds pretty cool. Had missing screws. That was another reason I sort of didn't move too much on the price, because he'd lost all the screws. He tried to take it apart and fix it himself. Fortunately, he didn't do too much damage. But I wonder if we can plug this in and have a quick listen. I think we might be able to do that. I think I've got all the required devices. Jam. Sorry you're late. Had to go for dinner. That's alright, mate. You know where to find us. That is YouTube too, so you can always play back. That's fine. So happy that I fixed the audio problems. It's all about getting the mic close to the mouth. M-O-U-F, mouth. Nine volt, boss type supply. Wakey. It's got a pretty cool screen. It's a little bit high tech. Alright. Let's have a listen. See if I destroy the mic by putting a guitar on. The beauty of this is I can't even hear the fucking thing. Only you guys can. I didn't think this through. How do I listen? G'day, Liz. How you going, champ? Oh, it helps if you plug it in, eh? input. Alright. Oh shit. I can't hear it because I don't have an amp, so I'm going to plug in the Marshall on the right channel and mute my mic. So, yeah, she works. Screen looks good. I thought it was a touch screen when I first got it because it had this extra lead going to it. I guess that was just the backlight. I got excited thinking it was a touch screen, but no. It is a little bit annoying because they try to make these pedals real minimalist, and all you've got is two knobs, right? That's volume, so you don't really even have that knob. All you've got to navigate is literally this knob. You can't touch the screen, so you got to choose. Let's zoom in here. This isn't a review, but so the user interface, yeah, sounds good. Very simple. One knob, right? That's pushable for enter. So you got to choose. If you want to edit, you got to scroll to edit. Press that. Scroll to the parameter you want to change. If you press that once, it turns on and off. So the amp sim, it's turning on and off. You got to hold it for like a second. Oh, more than a second. And then you go into the thing with the stuff and the things. So it's a bit twitchy and annoying to program in that respect. There's all your amp models. There is a app you can download to edit it on a PC or Mac, but I couldn't get that to work. My computer wouldn't recognize it, and tried updating it, tried everything, and there's a bunch of other people online having the same issue. Haven't tried it on any other computer yet. Could be a undocumented issue with that USB controller chip or fuck knows what. Point being, probably if you're going to buy one, this is the current model. I think there's another generation now, but if you're going to buy one, check it on USB as soon as you buy it, and if it doesn't work, return it, because it sounds like it hasn't been resolved by any firmware updates, and it sounds like it's a problem that they could not be fucked fixing. But it's a good little unit. I just take that home and practice on it, which I haven't done since I fixed it because I'm too busy, and as a result, my guitar playing is suffering significantly. Yay. Alright, so do we want to open the shop? Not yet. 8:40. Put some background music on. You get the shop vibe happening so we can start some work and not have to worry about when we open. Excuse me. Just one moment, champs. Alright, legends. Sorry about that. Let's get down to work. So I've got some lighting on the way. Some lighting stuff. Lyle camera shamed me last week or the week before. First he criticised my camera. I like it, you know, it can't focus, but it's soft, you know, it's flattering. So first I used a webcam on my laptop there. It's a really shit webcam. It's got a sensor the size of a grain of sand. It probably is a grain of sand, they just attach wires to, and that's the sensor. So I've put the Lumix G85 up here with the wide angle 9mm lens to try and catch me moving about, because, you know, I'm an active creature. And giving it the full screen, so 1080p. So there it is in all its glory. So we've got the audio sorted. We can do the video. We know that. The one thing that's missing so far is good lighting. So it looks okay at the moment, but I've got under shelf strip lighting here, which is all I've had for the, you know, 3 years I've been here. But there's nothing on me. There's nothing on my face. I never considered trying to look good myself. I just wanted to show the amp with ample lighting or whatever I'm working on, so you can see what I'm talking about while I'm poking it with a stick. But I've been thinking it's not that expensive, so let's upgrade the lighting a bit. So I've got some soft lighting panels on the way. They're going to light my face up, not like a YouTube influencer fuckwit with the RGB lights in the background and, you know, the fucking lava lamp and shit, but just so I don't look like a diseased fuck while I'm talking to you. So, you know, I've got the ring lamp here, mag lamp, which is, you know, all techs know them, but it's not very flattering, and it's off to the side, so, you know, obviously that's blinding. But what I'll do is I'll put some soft light panels on here that have adjustable. The key is having the brightness adjustable of these lights, because at the moment that's either on or off, right? So of course it's overexposed, but it's fine for just normal work. But the LumiPad things, I'm going to mount one under the scope here, just pointing down, and probably put one on the shelf because they're pretty small. They're like that big. And I'm going to have one facing me so my face doesn't look like blackened. Jackie, how you going, champ? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, it was small steps. Just trying to up my video quality game, because I do notice that it does affect viewership. People are more likely to keep watching through the entirety of a video if the audio and video quality is good, but I don't want to bluster bullshit, you know, I don't want it to become performative. I want it to be still about the amps and still a bit of a punk rock, you know, DIY kind of channel, right? I don't want it to be overproduced and become a fucking influencer, right? But I want it to look okay. So we're working towards that. You look back at the videos when I started, and it's come along. It's come a long way, let's say that. But there's no longer a spiderweb covered drill press behind me, like back in the early days. But you know, that was fun. So yeah, I've got some lighting on the way. I was hoping it would be here today, but it looks like it's going to come Monday or Tuesday. Video killed the radio star. Yes, it did, Gan Jam. No need to waste money on light boxes, etc. It takes up so much space. Yeah, that's right. I agree. How about you, Lyle? Joe B. You know it. What about micro, mini, surface mount electronics and components on the new solid state amps? Where do you draw the line? Well, Gam Jam, doesn't matter if it's surface mount or not. There's no difference. A well-designed surface mount circuit is easier to repair than a through hole, because often you don't have to remove the board to be able to replace something. You saw me on, not the last stream, probably the one before it, where we had, what was it, a Black Star? And I repaired it on stream because I didn't have to remove the board. We just replaced the shorted inductor on the input, and away she went. So often surface mount is easier to trace, unless they're double-sided. Well, they're pretty much all double-sided, but more often than not, for economical designs, all the components are on one side, usually. Not always. So you can usually trace them reasonably quickly and effectively. It's when you get to the iPhone type shit where the components are the size of a grain of sand and there's no designators on the board, there's no component names, that you need some kind of documentation, or, well, like Lewis Rossman, he uses board view, open board view, which is someone, I think Paul Daniels in Queensland has created like a iPhone. It's like Google Maps for iPhone schematics and board layouts. Probably violating a lot of copyright, but you can fix shit. It's great. So yeah, for real high tech shit, it's sort of board replacement only. But what are iPhones worth? They're like $2,000, right? And there's like one model. So, well, not iPhones, but like MacBooks and stuff. So it's a bit easier when a manufacturer has like a flagship model that everyone wants repaired, because you've only got to stock parts for that one model, and you've only got to intimately know that one model. With audio, it's a bit different, because you're talking stuff that's a tenth of the price of a MacBook. So straight away more disposable as a result. And there's like 5 million models and manufacturers, so there's no single model that you can get to know intimately. Like, I'll replace a digital to analog converter on a Novation keyboard, for example, and then I'll probably never see one of them again. Like, I replaced a digital to analog converter on some keyboard, can't remember the brand, but that was like 5, 6, 7 years ago, and I've never seen that model keyboard ever again. So there's no point getting to intimately know some of these devices. What you need to know is, quick, get in, running, okay, that's the analog side, this is the digital side, that's the processor, that's the RAM, okay, that's spitting out an audio stream, so work your way back up from the amplifier or the output stage, go upstream from that. Okay, well, that's the last place where there's an op amp, so everything before that's probably digital. Okay, so that's the chip there. Look up the chip. Okay, that's the digital analog converter. Scope it. Okay, it's getting signal from the processor. You know, you're looking at the digital signal, but there's no output. Okay, there's two chips. One's for the left, one's for the right, or one's for the left, right, one's for the auxiliary, 1 and 2 out. Okay, so we're getting signal on the auxiliary, we're not getting signal on the 1 and 2. They're both getting digital input. Probably the digital chip's fucked. Replace the digital chip, or check its chip enable pins first. Okay, the chip's enabled, there's no short on the lines, it's getting power. Look up the chip. Okay, you can still order the chip, it's $1.20. Fucking add it to the next order, chuck one in, it works, fantastic, move on, and you never see that keyboard ever again. So there's not really much value in getting to intimately know that thing. You need to run at it, solve it quickly, move on. Can you move the picture-in-picture to the left so it's not covered with comments? Can you move the picture-in-picture to the left so it's not covered with comments? What's covered with comments? Are you watching on YouTube where the comments are coming up on the actual screen itself? And if so, how are you doing that? Have you got some app? Sorry, I was distracted. Being an influencer and shit. Yeah, Lyle. Lyle showed me a photo of his studio. Fucking hell. You guys really should appreciate his channel. He goes to a lot of effort. It's a beautiful place to be. His studio, it looks like a place you could just wrap yourself up in. Looks like a absolute... my words are failing me. Absolute... Starts with an S. Sanctuary. That's it. Just got home from a gig. Oh, fucking oath, Richard. Where were you playing? Tell us about the gig. Give us your details on the gig. Glad I caught this. Glad you could be here. SMD is fine. Through hole is fine. It's the combination that makes me furious. Through hole and SMD, yeah. So SMD, like, how do you get 4700 microfarad 63 volt caps on an SMD? You can't. So it's got to be through hole. There's just, as far as I know, no electrolyte cap that big. And then things like inductors, there's just a physical limit to how big you can mount an SMD component. Unless it's like potted or something. Tiny little SMD op amp surrounded by tall radial through holes, yeah. Fortunate, anyone that designs circuit boards well will put this power supply shit over the side, and they won't have large caps and stuff filtering throughout the board. So generally there'll be an area that's sort of isolated for the power supply, or even a separate board. And then all the small signal stuff will be separated from that. So, yeah. But it's not so much the surface mount stuff that is inherently bad. I mean, they use it to send shit to space, right? It's the fact that it's SMD is it's a result of the fact that it's been designed to be cheap. So more often than not, just replacing the board is the way to go until it's obsolete, and then we have to fix it or just say no. I think someone's here, even though I don't open until 9:30. Oh, it's Michelle. Oh, I wonder if she's got another coffee for me. I should let her in. She's got a key, but oh, was that already open? Didn't you see me coming? Oh, thank you. What'd you get me?
Surprise.
Surprise. Croissant?
No.
Croissant?
No.
No? Oh, it's very bright. Love you.
Love you.
You're on stream.
Hi, everybody.
Go on. Speaking to the mic.
Oh, just... Good morning, everybody. Oh, I can't say it.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Dr. Nick.
You left Lyle in the bathroom.
I left Lyle in the bathroom. Oh, yeah. Michelle started just calling the watch Lyle. Thanks. Have fun today. Thanks for the extra coffee. I'm almost finished this one. You want to come on stream? Look, we're on the camera.
Oh, look, it looks really cool. I've been watching.
Have you? Okay, I got my watch.
Lyle's here now. Hi, Lyle.
All right, you have a good day.
Oh, okay, I'm being sent away. Okay, bye.
See ya.
Do some work. Put in our books.
Yeah. Oh, I got, yeah. All right. Lock the door. Should I just be closed today, you reckon?
It's almost 9. Am I shutting it? Locking it or not?
Nah, put up open. That's all right. I'll turn the lights on. We'll open at 9. Fuck it.
Yeah.
See ya. All right. More coffee. Some amps have components as small as a computer phone components. Yeah. I wonder if I've got... I think I showed you guys this once before. It's pretty funny though. Sometimes the die need for through-hole components on an otherwise SMD board due to the component itself, power rating or heat dissipation, etc. Yeah. Or, like we were saying, large capacitance. There's no real way around the physical size of them. Kind of like working on mess is always a pain in the ass, yeah. No comments covering anything here. Yeah, it must be an app that he was using. Is there a CAD program for drawing tube amps? There are many. For the stuff that you guys are probably building, there's DIY Layout Creator, which is fantastic. I haven't really learned how to drive that one properly yet, because I'm usually using KiCad because I'm making printed circuit boards instead. I believe DIYLC has like Veriboard layout, so a lot of people use it for doing DIY like fuzz pedals and stuff layouts, and it's pretty cool in that respect. But I don't really fuck with VariBoard. I'm a professional. But does eyelet and turret layouts pretty well. So I've been meaning to get into that because I want to do a Princeton. That's down the track. I want to do an optimized Princeton. A Princeton as good as we can make a Princeton reverb. And I think I'm going to go turret for that. I was going to go, fuck it, circuit board. I was just going to go, well, the beauty of doing circuit boards is I can design a circuit board. I can try it out, test it. Yep, it's fantastic. Here's a few improvements I'll tweak. And then I can make 50 of them. And then do a video about building it. And then sell the fucking boards. And 90% of the work in designing the board is done. I could even sell populated boards. And you could just drop the board in a Princeton reverb reissue to upgrade it. Oh man, if only there was more hours in the day, I could do so many things like gutting a Blues Junior and putting a fantastic amp in there, something like that. Like all the amps that are starting to die, like the Super Champs, they're all dead. So let's make a board that fits with the mounting positions and the valve positions with a solid state front end, and just drop that board in. Bring these amps back to life instead of throwing them in the bin. But you know, you can try and change the world, but it's not going to happen. Watching on Roku, comments scrolling on the right over PIP. I don't know what Roku is, Jerry. Just use the YouTube app. On TV, comments are on the right, cover picture in picture well in use. Oh, okay. So that's Roku is that's like a smart TV app. Right. Well, I can move it over to the left, but the problem is, the reason I've got it here is because that's where my laptop is. See that? I'll put it there. Is that alright? Is that better? Whee! So I'll put it up there because it hides the laptop. So, too bad. Part of the issue is PCB designers have no fucking idea what they're using and use auto route. I don't know, man. Auto route is so useless. I don't think they even use that. I think they're just not good at layout. Auto route is a joke. All the texts were saying that auto route AI was going to assist auto route heaps, and they've tried to implement it, and it's just been a joke. It's still as shit as auto route always was. You need an inherent knowledge about the thing you just designed to be able to route it properly. And like, they don't know that there's AC current on that line and you need to move it away from a signal line, because there's no net class to define that. And if there was a net class to define that, there's no rule or general algorithm teaching the thing that it needs to keep those lines apart. So it's always going to do a shit job until you get to that level of abstraction. Hot mic. Yeah, it's alright. Altium. Yeah, you're on the big bucks there then, Joe, if you use an Altium. Just fork out the dollars. Yeah, Altium would be fantastic. But it's a little bit out of my league, the old Altium. That's Dave Jones territory. Everyone, if you don't watch Dave Jones, surely you do, the EEV blog. Hi, I'm Dave Jones from the EEV blog. So he's the guy that you want to watch. He knows his shit. And he used to work at Altium. He used to work for Altium. So he knows Altium. My father got up at 5 a.m, made a pot of coffee. While drinking that pot, he made another to get him to work, where he made 30 cup earn before work started. Jesus, Jerry. That's fantastic. Auto routers think ground is ground. Yeah, that's the issue. So ground is a net, right? So, that needs to be ground. We'll just put it on ground. It's not the way it works. You almost need LT Spice mixed with your auto route, which doesn't exist as far as I know. Yeah, I do the Dave Jones voice too well. That's because I watched him too much. Hi! Ground is not ground. Ground is never ground. no EDA software, as far as I know, can model currents accurately. It's a bit like CNC machining. So I've come from a background of CNC programming, where getting a CNC to cut a pocket the shape of a star was a fucking nightmare. If you needed to make a box that was star shaped and it needed sides on it, and the sides were rebaited into the front and back plates made out of MDF and then spray painted, you'd often have to do that shit for shop fitting, like you got shit hanging from the ceiling or whatever. We did it at the Wollongong University of Wollongong's Child Mining Centre. I built this massive plywood star that looked like it was bursting out of the ground, and it was all polyurethane, and it had stars hanging off it by metal poles and shit. And that was the entry gate, which was like a security entry gate, because it's a child mining centre. You had to have a gate to stop the kids from running out and stop pedos from coming in. So this thing was like a feature that was either side of these automatic electronic gates, right? So I was designing this in CAD. I've still got the CAD drawing somewhere at home. And had to make star shapes, but the stars had to be rebaited so that it was like a half house joint, a rabbit joint, I guess you'd call it. And all of these pieces had to fit together and be epoxied together before polyurethaning the whole lot. To try and get it to do a rebate the shape of that outline was almost impossible. And the whole time it's so frustrating, because you've got a deadline, you've got to get it done, you've got tools that can't do the job, so you've got to manually do shit. You had no training to teach you to do this, you've got to figure it out yourself, otherwise you get fired. That was every day at work. And the whole time I'm thinking to myself, how the fuck do they design like a Tesla in CAD? And, you know, the compound curves and everything. Once you know a little bit about geometry and CAD, it's mind-blowing how complex it is. Anyway, the answer is that they have custom built from the ground up proprietary CAD software. They've got a team of developers that, like Toyota, would have their own CAD program that they've developed from the ground up to suit their needs. That is why generic CAD that we use, it's expensive and not very good, because it's not customized by a multi-billion-dollar company. So they would have their own proprietary software that no one else is allowed to use or has even fucking seen, and that's why they can do the amazing shit that they do. When we're using CAD, it's like a Swiss Army knife. It's not very good at anything. Eat a steak with 2 Swiss Army knives and you'll know what I'm talking about. It's not very good. Any CAD that is generic, all-purpose, not application specific, is going to be a bit of a compromise all over the shop. Thermal pads are not always enough on a big ground plane. Yeah. Company money, Brad, not mine. Yeah, boy. I love getting those company licenses of fun software. I've got to figure out how to... well, you can claim everything here. I mean, I can claim a coffee. I suppose I should get Adobe Creative Suite and just claim that on tax. Ground is negative except when it's positive. Well, ground is almost always positive in a tube amp. That's the problem. If ground was exactly 0 volts all over the place, ground loops wouldn't be an issue. Return currents wouldn't be an issue. You'd have zero hum. You wouldn't have to think... ground schemes wouldn't be a thing. You just have a wire that was ground that went everywhere. But because wire has a resistance, no matter how low, it's still... everything's got a resistance except for things that are at absolute zero, superconductors. And last time I checked, no amplifier has superconductors in it. Well, not for our applications. For science, it surely does. But because conductors always have a resistance, ground return currents are a thing, because now you've developed a voltage across a resistance due to its current flowing in it. And that voltage can wiggle other things it's not supposed to wiggle. And that's the That's the reason for ground schemes being a little bit complex. Just started my third 12-cup batch. You had what? How many coffees do you have a day? Seppos and their drip coffee. Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah. It's got a weird cardboard taste. I can get coffee beans from here. I extract them beautifully with my Expa Bar office lever. Every other way I make coffee, those same beans, there's something not right. Although I did have cold brew a couple of weeks ago somewhere while we were out, and it was actually surprisingly good. I thought, well, fuck it. I like being adventurous and trying shit I've never tried before. We went to the Grounds, which is a cafe in the CBD of Sydney the other day, and it's like walking into a 1920s cafe. It's full on, and they've got a coffee tasting tray thing. So they bring out like 5 different types of coffee: cold brew, Turkish, espresso, plunger, all these different, and then the beans were optimized for each type. So between you and whoever you're with, you can have a coffee tasting selection. Thought that was pretty cool. We didn't have time, so I had steak and eggs and got the fuck out of there. But early boogie 1x12 or 1x12 60 or 100 watt Princeton or 40 watt super reverb clones were great little sleeper amps, speaker combos. The original hot rod amps. Thoughts? Yes, that's my thoughts. My coffee grinder is ground at both ends. Yeah, right. All the images of any early boogie Princeton I've seen just looks mid at best. Nothing special about them. Yeah. Mesa Boogie was just really good at marketing. Right. So, talking about surface mount, here's a Tone Master, which I've ripped apart and thrown in the bin. Well, I didn't throw it in the bin, I just ripped apart. So it's got a dead ice power board. So this was 2019. It's already fucked. You can see the ice power board's gone bang. It's got a shorted FET and taken out all the current sense resistors and probably blown shit in the middle of the board. So in the fuck it bucket she goes. So this thing, I just ripped the chassis out and just wanted to reverse engineer it and see what these things are now. Like, why use six valves when you can use 6 trillion transistors instead? What could possibly go wrong? So it's got like a motherboard here, which has got interfaces on it and shit. It's got USB. These are all just 10k pots because they're just encoders. They go in the fuck it bucket. No use to anyone. Here's the motherboard, which is like a little, almost like a Raspberry Pi type fucking setup, size-wise. So that's got no real smarts on it itself. This board is the smarts. So you got memory there. Zoom in. And you got a processor there. You got RAM. So this is where all your Tone Master tones are coming from. Looks like a tiny little exposed die, little CPU there. And see these tiny little caps? They're all decouplers. Fuck. So those caps are literally, well, look at my hand. They're the size of a grain of sand, smaller. So yeah, that goes in the fuck it bucket as well. You got ball grid array, memory chips. You got the tiniest traces known to man. How long are they going to make these boards for? This is 2019. It's already fucked. The preamp was probably fine, but the owner abandoned it. So we're throwing the whole thing in the bin, and I'm putting a chassis in there to make a proper deluxe reverb because the cabinet's fantastic. But this board, everyone's like, oh, don't put so much shit on Tone Masters. If a Tone Master was worth $500, fair enough, but they're not. They're worth like $1,500. If they stop making this board, that amp is useless. Completely useless. How long are they going to make this board for? Ask yourself. They're going to move on to the next model. They're not going to support it. They want to sell more amps. They don't want to sell parts. So that amp will be trash. It already is trash. Don't buy Tone Masters. They're piles of fucking shit. And if you think I'm biased for that, well, go buy one then, because I want to see you lose your money. So anyway, all that goes in the bin. Even the heatsink. It's got a fucking heatsink on the processor, because it's doing so many calculations to just do what 6 valves does, and do it not as good. So I think that the Tone Masters are going to be turning up extremely cheaply soon, because they're going to be useless. They're going to be failing, and you won't be able to fix them. So you'll be able to get a fantastic cabinet, a fantastic baffle, a useless chassis, and a mediocre speaker for almost nothing. So that's going to be fantastic for building your own. And keep an eye out for them, champions, because they'll be turning up everywhere soon. You'll be able to... won't be able to give them away. It'll be fantastic for the DIY crowd. So, in a sense, Fender have actually sort of invigorated the DIY market inadvertently. They've given you a perfect platform to build a fantastic amp, and all the annoying shit is already done. So that's building the cabinet and covering it and covering the grill, doing the grill cloth. All you got to do is get a chassis and get to work, legends. So start learning DIY LC. Come up with your own layout for a deluxe reverb. And by the time you're done, you probably find one for almost nothing is a perfect platform to build a real amp. And more importantly, pry off that Tone Master badge on the front and fucking burn it. Kill it with fire. Which I'm going to do. I'm going to do a video on it. It'll be funny. There will be destruction. There will be a welder attached to that board, setting it on fire. Looking forward to that. It's going to be fun. Got it to make a valve amp. That's what I'm doing, Victor. They're just a shit modeling amp with fewer tonal options. Yeah, like it's a modeling amp that has one setting. So why the fuck? Anyway, buy a cheap modeling combo like a Vox Cambridge for a third of the price, more tonal options. Yes, fuck Tone Masters. They're piles of shit. And anyone that goes, oh, you're so biased, how about you just objectively test one? I'm like, no, the premise of them is fucked. I'm not even going to turn it on because the premise is fucked. I'm not even humouring the concept because the concept is fucked. So, anyway, when I tried it, I honestly expected it to be much better. Yeah, well, don't we all? Yeah. Off topic. Thanks, Jerry. I've been trying to find a PCB mount pots. They're tripod-like self-supporting ones. 1/4-inch shaft. Any help appreciated. Try the usual suspects. I suspect might be my search description. So when you say tripod, do you mean PV style, like in the classic 30? But then you're saying 1/4-inch shaft. So it won't be them because they're 4.75, whatever that is in Imperial. So yeah, I know the ones you're talking about. Well, blah, blah, blah. YouTuber said it was great. Yeah, but that YouTuber's probably a fucking imbecile, so... we don't just take shit on face value here, because it's not what this channel's about. We rip shit apart and figure out if it's good or not. We don't just go, oh, it's pretty. Oh, sounds okay. We fucking rip it apart and see how long it's going to last. That's what we do. Small Bear, yeah, that's another place to try out there. Sexy haircut. Thanks, mate. Save that front panel. It's worth its weight in gold. I'm even getting a new front panel there, James. I don't want anything Tone Master associated with the amp I'm building. Sonic did a great review on the Tone Masters. May we say flaws? Yeah. I think he reviewed one in store, because he hasn't had one in yet, and he probably never will, because he's probably not going to even entertain looking at one. So that was the one with the mobile phone audio. So the audio wasn't great, but he still gave his honest opinion on it, and it sounded like it was being compressed. Now that's I don't know how they do the output stage, and we never will, because they haven't released any schematic, because they basically don't build them themselves. The output board, Fender doesn't know the schematic for the output board, because they don't even make it. And the company that makes it, Ice Power, doesn't publish it. And the best you can find that I've found is a flowchart. But it's a Class D output stage with a switch mode power supply in front. Problem is, it's like a 4-layer board, so when things go short circuit, the traces in the center of the board catch fire. Short out and go open circuit. It's just, you throw the board out, right? But the thing with those boards is all the Class D stuff. Class D sounds fucking terrible when it hits the wall. So they all have limiting built in, and it doesn't clip. They've tried to simulate the 6v6's clipping using DSP. And then you've got an output stage which is capable of like 400 watts that has somehow been limited to 22 watts. And then it's the same amp as their twin. It's just got a different face and different firmware. As far as I know, it's the same board and everything, because that board's capable of like 400 watts or something. Same pot style like a Marshall and other amps of the area, with 24mm pot. Staggered leads, one in front, two slightly behind. Ooh, that sounds rough, Jerry. You might have to install one upside down and just run hardwired to that. I get so much hate on that video. It's the joy of YouTube, isn't it? The deluxe reverb is limited way below the ice module. Yeah, because it's like a 400 watt amp. So why the fuck are they using it? I don't know. There's so many questions. We're trying to apply logic to Fender in 2023. So just don't, because there's no logic. Oh my god, I knew a guy in Kalamazoo that had a Boogie Sob, son of Boogie. He thought he had the Ark of the Covenant. It was okay. Yeah, I had a Mark 1. It was okay, but very twitchy. The gain structure was all over the shop. It was capable of so much gain, but sort of uncontrollable. I ended up selling it, but it was pretty well original. I did a recap, and the owner brought it back because he wanted reverb installed, because that was an option, and it had the holes like pre-punched in the chassis for the RCA connectors and everything. So I got the proper switch, craft one and everything, and had an extra hole for another valve. Didn't have the circuit board that had that reverb section, the send and return, so I just put a tag strip on a nearby hole. I made it all reversible. But yeah, we put the reverb circuit in it. 100 watt. Oh, okay. With the stock 60 watt speaker, sounds like it's 30 watt when pushed. Yeah, that's what I found. Look, honestly, I'm not even going to let them in my shop, Toastmasters. People get really upset at me that they spend a lot of money on something, and I break it to them that I'm not even going to look at it because it's a disposable device. Or like Martins. Just did a couple of neck resets on the Martins, and people spend $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 on a Martin. Then I explain to them that the neck's at the wrong angle, and their default response is offense and aggression. And this is before I've taken $1 off them, you know, like, I don't get it. They're upset that they got lied to by a large company. I'm here to explain to them that they're getting lied to by the company, and I get shot down for that too. So at the end of the day, spend your money on what you want, and it's not my fucking problem. So speaking of fuckwits, I had a guy just straight up start abusing me on my Facebook page the other day. I'd never met this bloke before. He sent me an email via the website, which is the way I'm trying to steer people these days, because I don't have time to answer phone calls all day. I'm busy making videos, mate. he sent me a message. He had an Epiphone SG. He sent me the blurriest, lowest resolution photo I've ever seen. Took the photo with a fucking potato and sent it to me. And he said something like, I've got scratches and there's some dents. I want some dents filled and some finished touch up on this guitar. I'm like, I said, sorry mate, it's middle of winter. There goes my camera again. I said it's the middle of winter, so I'm not taking any spray jobs for a little while because the weather's too unpredictable to be able to give you a reliable lead time. So here's this guy, and I recommended Holdfast Customs, which is a nearby guy. He does airbrushing work, like on bike helmets and guitars and all sorts of stuff, mainly guitars. And here's this guy's details. Last job was a Strat respray, just solid colour, and he did it for like half the price that I could do it. So give him a try. He's going to turn it around quicker because he's got a spray booth with heat lamps, and he did it for half the price in a quarter of the time that I can do it. So give him a ring. He'll probably help you out. Instead of, oh, thanks mate, I'll check that out. Fucking abuse. Like, whew, this guy's a psycho. He's calling me incompetent, calling me a fuckwit, calling me everything under the sun. He said I shouldn't charge any money for what I do. I should do it for the price that he says, like $100. Oh, whoa, where did that come from? So I blocked him and told him to go fuck himself. Actually, I invited him to the shop because I wanted to headbutt him, but it's probably a good thing that he wasn't interested in that invite. I think he's like, I don't know, he's a bit not right upstairs. But you know, you get people like that every now and then. Pretty rare. On average, about one a year. Complete and utter, just mentally ill, fucking aggressive retards. G6, that's ancient audio in the interface game. Customer got pissed at me when I wouldn't look at his 15-year-old audio interface. Left the shop, started yelling at me from the door. Man, like I tell these people, thank you. Thank you for insulting me and abusing me. And they look at you weird, like, huh? Huh? You know, typical lizard brain response. Huh? Thank you for insulting me, because now I know that I should never enter any business transaction with you ever. And I could have easily entered a business transaction with you by taking that in. Now I know never to do that again. So thank you for informing me on your mental state. Now leave before I belt you around the head with a fucking straight edge. Makes me want to hug my Eastman. Is that guitar, Lyle? Eastman, you bought an Eastman? G6, yep, right, Lyle. Wasn't even like a good one or something that is of certain legacy setups. Brad, if I say no if it's a disposable device, is one of your best quotes ever. Yeah, well, they are disposable. Oh no, did you buy Focusrite? Years later I'm on Motu. Yeah boy. Oh that's right, you got an M2 didn't you? That's what you're hearing right now, you're hearing an M2. Motu M2. Deepest blacks ever. Are you talking about camera? I just painted a Super Strat body over the past few days. Weather was definitely not on my side. It never seems to be, serious. It's like we've just exited 3 years of La Nina, which means lower than average temperatures and massive humidity, massive rainfall. So I saw a post on Facebook from a year or two ago. I was trying to spray a guitar and it was like 60 mil of rain, 28 mil of rain, 50 mil of rain, 40 mil of rain, like 5-6 consecutive days. It's just, oh God, I'm really glad I have stopped spraying guitars. I still do touch-up work, but generally you can't make money on spraying shit. It's just, there's so much work and so much that can go wrong. Just not interested anymore. Someone else can lose money doing that. Sounds like a classic Penrith nutcase. Yes, Penrith. It's getting more gentrified, but it's generally the suburbs of Penrith have a reputation as being of lower socio-economic status, and that's a hot spot for bogans and drug addicts and some unpleasant people. That's what Will's referring to there. But you know, it's getting better. Eastman acoustic, like an HD28, but with a good neck angle. Yes, good frets, correctly slotted nut. I've only ever seen Eastman mandolins. I've got a customer that's got several Eastman mandolins, and they were very well built. They were only in for damage. The headstock broke off with some damage. Not the tip of the headstock broke off because it's a scroll type headstock. The scrolly bit snapped off. It was easy. Gonna get a UA, Universal Audio Apollo Twin. Why bother? The Motu's fine. You can't tell me that anyone's going to pick up any shortcomings in the Motu M2. Come on, mate. You're talking, that's diminishing returns, brother. Also, just realised I'm not using my personal account. It's Alex Catlow. Yeah, I know who you are, mate. I'm just responding to whatever name's on the screen. Alright, let's have a look at something. Let's do some work. Now it's 9:30, I've got to look like I'm working. If anyone walks in and sees me just talking to the camera, they'll think, why the fuck? Right, what are we going to look at? That's very heavy, so I don't want to look at that. That's even heavier, so I don't want to look at that either. That I need parts for. Let's have a look at... Let's have a look at an Eden. Time Traveller. What a weird concept. This amp is a time traveller. Oh, missing foot. That's good. Just bought an Engel Fireball 25 against my better judgment. Lots of parts in such a small package. I think the Engels aren't bad, man. I think you should be right there. 32-bit float with 0 lag. Who gives a fuck? Lag schmag. Whatever. After you removed the neck on the Martin, I didn't see how you adjusted the neck angle. What did you do to get that right? I've got more video upcoming. I had to sort of just push them through, James, because the customers were getting pushy. So there's limited video on that, but essentially I go over what's required to change the neck angle. It's basically shaving a bit off the heel, the back end of the heel. Have you looked at the new SSL interfaces? Might be worth a look. Apollo's great stuff, but Motu M2 is fine. And for latency during the live stream, no one picks it up. You can't visually see 20 milliseconds of delay. You visually see like 200 milliseconds. Alright, so missing foot. She's rocking and rolling. Let me just pull out the job sheet for this and see what it's doing. I think it was distortion, early distortion maybe. Well, easy. Compensate for delay anyway through OBS. That's right. Oh yeah, we've got a Marshall JCM 900 4100 head, clean and service, scratchy pots, no reverb, determined motive of mods. Ooh. Fender twin amp. That's the big bastard. Previous techs only dealt what? Can't read my own writing. 2 techs attempted previous. Ooh, it's gonna be fun. And they're 2 companies I did ask who they were, and I've never heard of them, so that's a worry. Reverb oscillation, reverb tank replaced, wrong valve used in V3. Ooh. Soundcraft, broken fader. That fader just turned up. I can do that, but I can't film it because it's huge. I'm literally going to have to repair it on the floor. Soldano, I'm waiting for a new rewind transformer for. Don't tell me I haven't got the job sheet. Fuck. This happened last time. What I do is, if someone brings in a guitar and an amp, I start one job sheet, and I've got to choose if I put it on the guitar clipboard or the amp clipboard. And if there's two guitars or significant work to the guitar, I might put it on the guitar clipboard. So then I'll lose the job sheet. Okay, I must have entered this into the software already because I can't find the job sheet. Hurry up and jump on a repair shopper. No. Not happening. I'm not dealing with another fucking software package that I've got to deal with and enter and learn and maintain and monitor and fuck that. It's bad enough how it is. Right. I don't think I gave away my login there. Well, if anyone wants to break into Xero and do my accounting for me, you're welcome. Eden? Let's put the phone on silent, I don't feel like taking any phone calls today. We made a photo animation of your recent photos. Fuck off. Stop trying to be friendly, phone. Oh, yes. I know this bloke. Same bloke with that Trace Elliott recently that I couldn't repair because I couldn't find TO3 transistors that were suitable. It's a shame. Don't buy anything with TO3 FETs, man, because they're getting pretty impossible to find. Gain jumpy with pot actuation, clean and service, replace missing foot. Oh. Sweet as, bro. Sounds like just a service to this one. But we'll have a quick look inside before we go for pairing it up. Brad, you never got back to me on that Soldano OT. Yeah, Jim Song is his name, I think. Local guy. Got in touch with him to your recommendation, Alex. And he was happy to look at it, so... I don't think that's ever been opened. It's not about the live stream, for tracking. Ooh! Are you recording, Lyle? Ooh! Okay, well, buy whatever you want then. Using my Audient ID44, pretty happy with it. When I get time to turn on the laptop, I haven't turned it on in a year though. Huh. Latency might be an issue with monitoring. Tree of Life? Thanks, mate. But I'm gonna donate that to Dry July. So there's a link down below. Anyone that wants to donate to me, instead direct your money to the Dry July fund, and I'll donate that myself. I'll do it later on. God. Oh man, hear that tick? This has never been opened. That's the bond. That's not a screw stapping. Luckily, that's the bond between the steel and the aluminium. Oh, tick. You get that in undoing like motorcycle crankcases and shit with a steel bolt into an alloy block. Tick. So you got to push down real hard, otherwise you strip. This is another reason you don't use drills. Oh man. Because that would have just reamed the head of that screw out. I just had an excellent cocktail at a new place in my town. A smoked old fashioned. So what do they do? Do they like? How do they smoke it? I think I've seen this. They like put a top on it and Come on. Play the game. Okay, so this is interesting. They've the sides folded, but it's held captive in the other half. So we've got to like flex it because this side's angled. It's trying to hold it in. Light her on fire, man. When she cracks, she's strong. When she snaps, she's gone. Use peated whiskey. I think it would be a different smoke though, yeah? Peat's like... I have to convert my Sportster to a trike. Have you got a Skirtster? Buffalo Trace. What? Yeah, this is a real pain in the ass to open. There we go. Alright, we've got to disconnect the fan. Disconnect the fanny. Maybe not, because it's connected to another header. Alright, so you got your typical Eden with all factory mods all over it because they're afraid of ordering new boards. You got electrical tape covering something, that's a worry. That's just the speaker outputs. Why do they put electrical tape on that? Weird. Oh, that's nice. Got squashed wire there. See that wire? It's been sandwiched on the transformer. That's your fucking... That's your mains wiring too. Ooh, that's not good. So we almost had a catastrophic short in this thing. Something, someone's just put the lid on while it was sitting on top of the transformer. And that would have been from the factory. It looks like this thing's never been opened. Alright, well, I think we're safe to fire this thing up and just give it a listen. And, should get that. But yeah, I think it's just a service. It's a little bit boring, but... Almost a shame this isn't your first Eden. Your cussing would have been more impressive faced with the fresh horrors. This one's not too bad, Lyle. It looks like they might have had a few iterations before this one. Normally, the thing with Eden is they just refuse to order a new circuit board when revisions are required. So they run wires and shit all over it and cut traces and add piggyback components. They just refuse to admit that their layout's not optimum and order another batch of boards. And it's like they refuse to do... prototypes and testing, so they just order the boards up. That's what we've got. We ordered 10,000 of them, so you better use them. So now they have to employ someone to sit there and cut traces and add bodge wires and piggyback components on other components, and yeah. But this one's actually looks like must be a later revision because it's got none of that happening, so that's good. Wood smoke. They put something in the glass and used a butane torch, lighter and fire. Yeah, they've got like a stick of cherry or something, and then they put it out, and then put the glass over the other glass or something. I've seen them do that at the fancy joints. Totaled the Triumph Rocket 3. What? Wait, I used to have a lot of big twins in my dust. Used to leave a lot of big twins in my dust. You had to have a 107 Evo to outdo me. Did you have a Triumph Rocket? And you totaled it? What, you crashed it? Yeah, that's no good. Oh, I always wanted a Triumph Speed Triple. I'm looking at here. This rocking's annoying. 2 out of 3 WTs I've had come in, the amp itself was okay, but the crossover and the cab that was smoked, yeah, right. Huh. Enhance. Mute on or off. Alright, let's give it some juice. 1 second, champions. Legends. Sorry, just had a customer. Oh, no one's been chatting. Is anyone there? Oh shit, I'm on top chat still. Every year ago, I was actually do the speed limit. They stop right in front of me. Can't stop 2 feet at 40 mile an hour. No, you cannot. How are you going with that, Victor? Are you surviving? I've only ever come off... What? I've only ever come off a motorcycle once, and I was only doing about 50k an hour at a corner that I should have been doing 10. But there was someone had put gravel on their driveway, and I went that way every afternoon, and I'd always push it real hard till the pegs would scrape. And then that day there was gravel there, so it slid out. I low-sided, so if you don't know motorcycle crashes, there's high siding and there's low siding. Low siding is when the wheels just slip out from under you and you just go and you just slide. High siding is when the front wheel's still got traction and the back wheel loses traction and the back slides out, but then it reconnects, and now the bike's pointing that way, but the front wheel's pointing that way, and the back wheel tries to go this way, front wheel tries to go that way, so then the bike flips, and it very violent, and the bike often, you see it happen in MotoGP, and that the bike just boom, and all of a sudden the bike's airborne and the bloke gets thrown off and the bike's spinning around at a rate of knots, and the biggest fear then is the bike hitting you before you hit anything else, the bike landing on top of you, or you hitting something and then the bike following and hitting you afterwards. It's very violent and scary. High siding is some scary shit. And in between the two, there is tank slapping, which is where the bike tries to high side, but you save it, and then, like, more often than not, you're holding on by the handlebars and your ass is up in the air. You're like Supermaning because the bike's tried to throw you off, but you've held on, and you save it, and you've just got to change your underwear and hope no one saw you, because they'll never let it go. Still working on walking. Fucking hell, Victor. I didn't know it was that bad. I thought you were doing okay. Shit. Ah, sucks to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear that, but take it easy and hopefully you recover fully. It's bad to hear that stuff. It's scary. Power. Is that another customer? It spits you off. Did that on a CB750. That is a bike you do not want to high side. That's heavy. I love bikes, but yeah, we all accept that risk. Oh, that switch arced. Well, let's give it some signal. Just check for crackliness. Let's turn the master down before we deafen ourselves. Okay. Signal? Hello? Oh, speaker on. This is a speaker switch for some reason. Let's give it 400 hertz so I'm not annoying you. Hell, let's give you the signal itself. Yeah, just a bit crackly and stuff. I think we should be right with just a service on that one, because that's the only fault that is reported. So I'll just factor in a solid state instrument amplifier service. We'll put that one aside. We'll have a look at the next one. Rightio. So next we've got a... Oh, let's put the screws with it before I lose them. Next we've got a PV Windsor. Actual legitimate Class A. Believe it or not. That cord's way too long. So this one report. Lights are on, no one's home. Oh, we've got a note in here. Oh, we've got amp settings for hungry eyes. Pre-vol, basement, yeah. That's poor man's user preset. Alright, we've got a reverb tank hold number 1 screw. That's interesting. Stop writing when my boys were born. I'll take it back up when they're older. When they have their own income. That goes to show how much we love it, doesn't it, Travis? You're literally accepting the risk that you might die and doing it anyway. That's how fun it fucking is. There's no other way to show it. That's literally how fun it is. You'll risk death because it's so fun. And don't be saying, oh, you just think it won't happen to you. We think it will happen to us. Every time you get on a bike, you think about it. My old man had a nasty highway accident when he was a younger man. He had just taken his leathers off on a trip home with his buddies. Guy clipped his bars. Jesus. Went for a big slide. Man. Leather wallet in the back pocket literally saved his ass. Yeah, well, they've got Dragon jeans over here. That's a brand. Dragon jeans. Instead of being spelt D-R-A-G-O-N, it's D-R-A-G-G-I-N. Dragon. And they test it. Their big press release was they sat a guy on his ass and dragged him behind a drag car up to, I think it was 110k an hour just on his bum. And all he had was a few burns. But they're Kevlar reinforced jeans and you can slide across tarmac, no problem in them. Been riding for over 50 years. Yeah. Victor, I bet you'll get back on a bike too if you can. That's how much we love it. You can't stop us. I have a DR650 and only use the roads to get onto the dirt with. Yeah. That's mad, Peter. You go on camping trips with it. Are you in Australia? Yep, we've got a Windsor here. Is that the model they made a signature model for Gary Rossington? I don't know. Hey, a Peavy. That's from my neck of the woods. Yes, it is, James. Or at least they used to be, yeah. This is made in China. Meridian. Massachusetts. Brad, do you know the Stanwell Park Bridge very well? I don't know it at all, Joe. I'll probably cross bridges without knowing what they're called, though. I got rid of my bike years ago due to the fact that I live in Melbourne and kind of want to live longer. Yeah. I kind of want to get a Street Fighter. I like the idea of doing wheelies in peak hour. I grew up on dirt bikes in West Virginia. Mountain Mama. Let's test this thing. Because it says no signal at all. Lights are on, no one's home. So I think he said they're not. He said the valves aren't glowing, but I explained to him that often it seems that they're not glowing, but you just can't see the filament, and that varies from valve to valve, even manufacturer to manufacturer, but also literally from one valve to the next. Some just happen to have some heater exposed, and you can see the heater very brightly, and others you can't. So I said that's not necessarily meaning that the heater circuit's gone, but it could, because it is a PV. And they like to use those stupid connectors for high current. But having said that, this is a single-ended amp. There's not a lot of heater current. There's only 2 valves, 3 valves. So that jumped up to 129 watts. It's dropped down to 30 watts, below 30, 28, dropping to 27, 26. So the heaters are working. That's the heater inrush. Now we'll turn on the HT. Oh, we've got signal. 77, 70 watt, 68. So the HT circuit's working fine, the heaters are working fine, and we do have signal. So let's give it some signal. We just heard the reverb click there. Oh, it's on standby. Alright, so that's just the HT dying down. Looks like there's nothing wrong with this amp. Could just be intermittent connections. Yeah, that's the HT still producing signal even though it's on standby. There is an effects loop and it's on the front, so maybe that's it. It could have the jack starting to play up, but it looks like no fault found so far. Let's have a play with that effects loop jack. See how touchy it is. It's interesting. Must be a parallel effects loop, maybe, because it's not cutting the signal. I don't think there's anything wrong with this thing. Probably needs a clean. But let's have a look at it anyway, since we're here and we're all dressed up. Smells hot. Ooh, Jen Clower, her new album. I Am the River Is Me. Fantastic album. She's a legend. You bet. I know you, Victor. I know you get back on that bike as soon as you can, because we love it. Bottom of the Nasho, the big twisty concrete one off the cliff edge. Bottom of the Nasho National Park. Big twisty concrete one on the cliff edge. So there's a curve on the Putty Road, which is a popular biking road because it's very curvy and it's got a unrealistically fast speed limit for most of it. There's a lot of stretches there where it's 100k an hour or 90k an hour, and you're thinking to yourself, this should not be 90k an hour, but I'm not going to tell anyone because it's fun. Sea Cliff Bridge. I don't know that one, Joe. Yep, Northern Beaches, right. Head out past you to get over to Lithgow, yeah. Oh, Northern Beaches. So, a fantastic ride through there is Wiseman's Ferry. Coming through, I forget the suburb names. I'm a hermit, so. But yeah, the old Pacific Highway is another one where bikers like to kill themselves in a very fun fashion. Used to love doing the old Pacific Highway was too scary for me, not for the road, but from the other riders. My God. I'd be on, back in the day, of 250 and then started on the 750. I'd be pushing hard, going around those corners, scraping pegs. And some fucker on an R1 would just come around you like you're standing still, just passing you while you're pushing it, and just like, boom, zoom. And one guy, he passed me and I got this black shit on my helmet. I'm like, what the fuck's that? When I stopped, I picked the black shit off the visor. It was his rubber from his tyres. He had that soft a tyre, that high performance a tyre. He probably got like 1,000 Ks out of that tyre and it was fucked. But this is what these guys do. They've got too much money, they've got a death wish, and it got scary. So I stayed away from Pacific Highway after that because it was just, the guys were, every weekend someone was getting killed out there. Oh, I've got more screws. So for a day ride, I liked riding out to the Oaks. Big sweepers were nice and fun. Or Putty Road, out to the halfway house and back. Or out to Bulga and back. That's a great ride. $5. Did I miss the super chat? Had a Supermoto for years. May get another someday. But just got a new car, so that is on the back burner. I get the itch to ride again pretty frequently. Yeah, it never goes away, Kellen. My mate, Stefan, he's a crazy Swiss fuck. You might be watching. He's got a channel that you should watch too. He does mainly camping stuff. The Scrambled Camper, I think is his channel name. Check that out. It's pretty cool. He's a madman. He's like certified insane, as most Swiss people are. So Thursday night here is late night shopping, so the shops are open. I don't know what this started with, but the shops are open till like 9 p.m. on a Thursday. We used to go for a hell ride through Penrith on Thursday because that's when all the dickheads would bring their cars out. So we'd drag race them on their motorbikes and smash them all. So we were stopped in traffic once and it was backed up a bit. And it was like, it's a main street in Penrith that's got arcades going out with small shopping centre arcades. He got the shits with the traffic, so he was on a super motard. He just popped a wheelie and then rode through one of the shopping malls. He got shoppers jumping out of the way and shit. And he's just on the back wheel going through a shopping arcade. Once I stopped laughing, I met him out back after that. That was a funny night. We used to do that shit every couple of weeks. He was born on the back wheel, that boy. He was doing wheelies before he even knew how to ride. It's an attenuator. Yes, it is. They're not light bulbs, they're heaters. Light is just a bonus to the heating, yeah. So you can't use whether a valve's glowing or not to indicate whether the heaters are good or not. And literally, in all the years I've been repairing amps, I've had an open circuit heater twice. Two times. Every other time it's been a problem with the amp. I used to live at Stanley Tops. Ah, nice. Top of the hill every weekend without fail, half a dozen set of sirens. Yep. I was dumb enough to buy a Husky 390. Yep. I know what you're talking about there. Husky 390 doesn't sound big, but fuck, that's a lot of motorcycle. My brother-in-law's father-in-law is a Husky man. He had a Husky 510. Scary bikes. As if 250s weren't enough to get in trouble with. Yeah. Detachable reverb cables are lovely things. Yes, they are. We used to have a light bulb in our pump house next to where the water came in, and that was usually enough heat to keep it from freezing in winter. Fantastic. Putty up the old fella on the halfway house that burned down. Yeah. Yeah, the old stock take. Not sure what happened there, but there's another cafe out there that's doing real well a bit further back. And it's everything out there is sort of motorcycle oriented. All the cafes and pubs and everything have bike shit all over the walls because it's an unofficial racetrack, essentially. Makes a mean B&E sandwich. Yep. Putty Road has to be one of the worst roads in New South Wales. Yeah. They resurfaced a lot of it a while back. It's probably all fucked now. I haven't been out there since COVID, so. And that was the start of La Nina, so the road's probably all washed out and fucked now. But they'd resurfaced it not long before I sort of stopped riding because I got too busy. And it was really lovely. A lot of stretches there. There's just this one sweeper just before the halfway house, which starts with an inner camber, and you think, oh, sweet, be able to hammer it. And the camber changes halfway through the curve, and it goes to the wrong camber as it exits. So you think you've set up the bend nicely, and then the road starts fighting you, and there's lots of motorcycle debris on that behind that Armco. We lost 2 bikes on there once, 2 cracked crankcases. No injuries, just injured egos. But because it was only a 2 hours drive back to Penrith, we came back, got a ute, picked the bikes up, and then they came the rest of the way to Nundle to have the night out with us with their broken bikes on the back of the ute. Jim Cox, thank you very much. Happy Friday, Saturday. Yeah, it's Friday over there. Thanks, Jim. I'll add that to the amount that I will donate to Dry July. But if you're just reading this, check the description below. There's a link to Dry July. Instead of giving me money, please donate to the thing instead. I'd appreciate it. Haven't really ridden the putty for a decade. Yeah, it's been a while. Old Pacific Highway, covered in police. Around the pie in the sky. No fun. Yeah, not anymore. Early 2000s when I started riding. I got my license in what? 2003 I got my license, so 20 years ago. And I'm still alive. Back then the cops weren't really on it. Either that or that someone was getting kickbacks, or the cops were riders as well and they just left it alone. It was sort of an unofficial, nod. And that you could get away with fucking murder out there. Didn't have the money, but I tried. You guys need to come up here, far north Queensland, Tableland. Seriously, roads are fan-fucking-tastic for bikes. Not billiard table smooth though. No, you get too much rain. I am going up. I'm going to Townsville in a couple of weeks. Plenty of open twisties and tight stuff within 2 minutes of my place. Yeah, I'm going to be in Townsville end of July? I can't remember. But yeah, we're going up there soon. Used to burn tyres and brakes up at an alarming rate. I found it was too expensive for my mega wages. Yeah, the maintenance costs. Not so much the brakes, but defo with the tyres. The tyres, you either get high performance tyres that cost a mint and last fuck all, or you get harder tyres like B or C compound that just don't grip that well unless you really warm them up, and even then you feel them stepping out, and it's brown underwear time. Victorian Alps are pretty awesome, but tough trails. The Husky dealer here in Atherton has about a dozen 501s lined up out the front, another half dozen 701s. Jesus. That is a big engine for a dirt bike. I hope they resurfaced it. It used to be 90% potholes. Yeah, they did resurface it in sections, but like I say, that was before 3 years of torrential rain, so it's probably fucked again. Just around here, the potholes are nuts. They just haven't bothered fixing them. They've got too many to fix after 3 years of torrential rain. Anyway, let's get back to work. Another coffee down the guts. Starting to lose my voice again. I put a comment up on, or put a post up about the last stream. My voice started really good and then ended. Oh, yeah, you can. Alright, someone's done work here before. Someone's played knifey spoony before. Oh, they've got a feature on Kraftwerk on the radio. Kraftwerk. That jumper I was just wearing, the jacket thing, I bought it locally, and started talking about guitars to the chick behind the counter, and turns out her son comes here, and he's the one that bought that Hiwatt the other week. I'm like, oh shit, wow. But we got chatting and she forgot to take the tag off the jacket, so I had the anti-theft tag on. I only realised when I went to see Henry Rollins on Wednesday, and I'm like covering it up so no one sees the tag and think I stole the jacket. It's got the Chiang Mai trannies, little tiny trannies. It's a power transformer there, output there, single-ended. It's got EL34 JJs. Discoloured logo, looks like it's probably running well over current, so we'll have to check that. Two 12AX7s. What are they? I'm overexposed here. Why are you overexposing me on auto, you fucking thing? Because it's not scene. It's not scene metering, it's spot metering. Electro-harmonics. Happy days. It's got an attenuator. It's got one of these variable resistor high power things on the front. AT60H, so maybe it's a 60 watt rating. 16 ohm. So that's literally a post output transformer attenuator, which is pretty cool. Windsor 112 Studio. This is cute and kind of funny and illustrative of the design process. Windsor 112 Studio. Chassis text. They've forgotten to erase the template. Chassis text. Oh, that's funny. They've forgotten to erase the right over the marker text. Oh god. Oh yeah. It'll fit under my blocks. My uncle worked as a woolly. Dirt bikes were part of the life. Oh, are you talking woolly? Like a shearer, do you mean? My uncle worked as a woolly. Dirt bikes were part of life until 1990s. He didn't care much for Japanese bikes, so I got to ride some very weird brands. He liked the Ossa Pioneer. Never heard of it. Alright, so we've got a steel chassis. I'm just going to say it like a Seppo now. You've got a steel chassis. Pretty much everything on the one PCB. You've got some horrible warping happening to the board because they haven't thought out their standoffs. So the board's all warped and it's pushed down by about half an inch in this corner by virtue of the socket being screwed to the chassis. So that's lost points there. It's had rework done. It's got trace repairs and scratch marks on the board. Now, listening to the effects loop and the leakage happening, I think the effects loop's probably not very well designed. Because the level was changing but not cutting out when you plug in and out, so I'll have to have a look at the circuit, figure out what that is. But looks like there's nothing fundamentally wrong with it. However, I think it's biased too hot. But looking at that, it's got a 400 ohm cathode resistor, so we'll check the bias point on that. But I think we might be just in for a service on this one too. Even though he said it was lights on, no one home, I think it's probably one of these jacks starting to play up. Yeah, no fundamental chaos to laugh at, unfortunately. Ooh, actually, this fuse is half hanging out, and that is... That's the mains fuse. So that would make the power cut out anyway, but why is it 3 amp? Yeah, so this fuse is only one end is just sitting there, so it could be intermittent for that reason. It's not possible to push the fuse all the way in because the fuse holder pieces are too close together, so the layout's wrong. So you can't push the fuse all the way in. So there's like a little fold on the end tab that stops the fuse from falling out the end. But if you put these two clips too close together, then you can't get the fuse in. You can see it's sort of bent out of shape. So I think we're just talking to general service for this one and a few defuckies. So I can put that away. Because we lost a lot of time talking shit. We've got to play catch up now. What else we got? I can finish the Trace Elliott from last week because the customer was happy with the cost of that one. There will never be another you. What? Oh, it's a joke. Talking about female sheep. Alright, so let's finish the Trace Elliott. Repair the resistor, the dropper on the heaters. And now she's happy. So I'll give it a clean, take some measurements, get her back in the cab ready for pickup on Monday. We're playing Missy Elliott. I like Missy Elliott. She's a legend. Alright, does anyone know if there's any massive live streams happening tomorrow? I think we've got the big Clive one, which is a given. Normally Sunday here, Saturday there is a very busy day for live streaming. Can you see the music in the background? Oh, touched the thing again, sorry. Ooh, AVE just released a video. Makita Cooler Aces vodka test. For Canada Day, eh? Try not to short out the speaker, eh? Oh, power switch on the rear. That's so annoying. I've got a copyright claim. That was from last week because my audio wasn't isolated enough. Can't hear it. Fantastic. Is it worth it? Should be our bench theme song. 1,000 to pick from and you pick the ugly one. What? I am an ugly one. Should be telling Shell that. Bang. think I've already cleaned the pots on this one. So she's good to go. And just take some measurements, sketch them down. Trace Elliott. Trace. Oh, far out. Oh, this guy's got 2 guitars here too. I've got to finish them before I can... Ah, yay. Trace Elliott, tramp. You're a tramp. That's right, we were talking about that last week. Trace Elliott, tramp. Solid state amp service. Solid state instrument amplifier service. So this is all the specs I keep down. I'm not going to show you the job sheet because it's got customers' details. Shit. Lyle. The Shamware guy had a massive headset. The thing was like the size of a fist. Freeman tends to do Friday evenings here. Lyle Saturday. Pete Thorne and Stephen Freyette on Sunday. Okay. Can't hear any music in the background. Fantastic. Sundays are when 2 for drops new videos. I look forward to those. Yeah, I should do more guitar stuff. I got told that I'm a bit dry on the guitar stuff. Like I don't have the same character as I do for the amps. I don't know why that is. I think guitar stuff I'm actually more paranoid I'm going to fuck something up. With an amp, you fuck something up, you can just replace the component usually. With guitar, you can't. It's like, it's timber. You've got one shot, like Eminem. So yeah, I think I'm a little bit more scared of doing guitar work, even though I've done it for 4 times longer than electronics. Yeah. Dunno. There's also the fact that I'm doing it in my home garage. Fuck, keep touching the mic. I'm in the home garage and my next door neighbours are complete nutcases and really weird and super needy, paranoid schizophrenics. So I'm sort of speaking under my voice a little bit to try and avoid, because they're a bit like zombies, next door neighbours. You make a bit of noise and they shamble over, so you try and not make noise. Or if you do make noise, you make it aggressive zombie deterrent noise. So there's a bit of that as well. Nerd question: do you know of a charge pump that can do 100 milliamps? Trying to convert my old MXR 10 band. Do you mean one of these? Are you referring to one of these? MXR 10 band. You're trying to convert it to DC. So this one is DC. But I need 100 milliamps for 6NE5535 dual polarity, 15 volt. I wonder if I've got a schematic for this one, because you can just do whatever they do in here. That's 18 volts. Oh, sidetrack. From memory, this one's got a fucked up amp somewhere, because it's crackling and shit. So yeah, I've got to... Well, let's... one thing at a time, eh? But yeah, you can get charge pumps that do that, Scotty. Have a look. Go into DigiKey. Look up PMC... or DC to DC converters. You know, find the category. Then enter your parameters that you require, the voltages in and out, and that will narrow you down. And then the currents. That's all parametric on DigiKey. So you can use it to find the part you need, as opposed to just knowing what part you need and using it to find that part. Use DigiKey's parametric search to your advantage to figure out what chips are possible. Oh, there's Dr. Gears going. The LT1054 is what I use for old pedals. Works a treat and can handle most of the power you need as well as inversion. 6, is that the one you got me to order from CE for you? Because if so, CE distribution has a turnkey solution for that. You like my playing, really? That makes one. I looked up some before, but the only one I could find that could do that much current was huge. 100 milliamp. What? Hang on. You probably don't need 100 milliamp. Let's see how much current this thing draws at 18 volts. There's my little lead. Where's my DC plug gone? Oh, there it is. Bearing in mind this thing's faulty, but it's probably drawing the right amount of current. So 18 volts, line on. 18 volts. Turn that off for a sec. Alright, we've got center negative. Plug it in as usual. Just double check that polarity. Yep, 17.8 volts. DCMXR 10 draws like hang on, am I on the right metering? It draws like 40 milliamps. So I don't think you need that kind of current sustained. Let's find out for sure what it draws. I'm just using the analog meter on the power supply at the moment. It's not very accurate. Draws 22 milliamps, Scotty. 22.05 milliamps DC at 18 volts. So that's all you need. You don't need 100. Well, what's the chances I had the exact pedal here? Ready to give you on the spot real measurements. That's why you come to this channel, isn't it? No, you got a dozen LT 1054s bought from CA for a pedal install without having to mess around using those chips. Yep, there you go. 6NE5532 can draw a lot, so I want to keep it plus minus 15 volts so I can use it in a loop with 4 cable method. What's that got to do with the supply voltage? The one I use, the one I use most takes 5 volt and puts out plus minus 15, but I don't remember the maximum current. Only that it was well below it in my own designs. So bear in mind you've also got, you know, a dozen LEDs on that as well, which is probably the majority of the current. If you haven't got that, it's probably half that current. LT1054 will do it. You can do a split rail and boost convert, but I'd probably use 2 for posterity for redundancy. Check the data sheet for circuit applications. Yeah, I'm changing the 445 outs for NE5532 as they drastically reduce the noise at the extremes of the pots. Ah, it's the old pedal, 80s. Probably the same circuit though. There you go. What was it on? Yeah, job sheet. Right. Mains idle current draw 17.6 watts at 242.5 volts. We'll go 243 volts. Supply rails. 43.8 volts. 43.9. We'll say 44 volts. 45 volts. A little bit of imbalance there, probably because they're dragging the heaters off one of the rails, not the other. Yeah, 44 volts, plus minus 44. Hello. $130 volts ripple. 130 volts ripple. 130 millivolts ripple. Just unplug that speaker for a sec. Check the DC offset on the output. Where are we? Is that a speaker output? No, that's channel switching. 56 millivolts. A little bit more than I'd like to see on the output. Just check the voltage across the emitter resistors. 2 millivolt. 2 millivolt. Output power. Sorry, I've got to turn on the squealing scope. So what are we driving with this? 4 ohm? It's only 2 output devices, so maybe not. What's the cab speaker? Celestion Vintage 30. 4 ohmer. Get a 4 ohm load. Channel 1. Getting signal. Some pretty horrible clipping happening there. But that's coming from the preamp. So I don't think we're pushing it hard enough because we've got the boost on and it's down. Let's turn the boost up. Alright, now we're pushing into power amp distortion before the preamp distorts. And it's starting to clip more on one side than the other from that rail disparity from the heater power supply pulling off one of the rails and not the other. Start to clip on the top before the bottom, and that's happening at 15.5 volts AC RMS. Oh shit, 15.5 squared divided by 4 ohms, 60.06 watts. I think we can happily call that a 60 watt amp into 4 ohms at 1 kilohertz. 1 kilohertz. Alright, save that one and piss it off. Shut up, scope. She only just warmed up. Oh, God. There's these amps looking at me that I don't want to look at back. But I'm going to have to pull the trigger on them eventually because they're going to start ringing. What I might do, champs, I'm going to make a cup of tea and give you a quick break. So I'm going to take my mic off for a sec. So hang 5. Time for a brief intermission. Intermission. Look, I actually got the writing so it's not 3 pixels now. It looks figured it out. I'm back in a tick. Champions, we're back. Got a cup of tea now. Alright, let's catch up on the chat, eh? Scotty and Lyle having a chin wag. Gyrator, talking about the EQ still. Oh, Lyle's quoting Mouser codes. Sounds like we've pulled the trigger on one of those converters. I got a mute button for burping. That's great. True bipolar is worth it if you want the lowest noise. The more possible solutions are better. Talking about the advantages and disadvantages of graphic EQs. Basic EQ, I just go for the cheap boss, or the Maxon. If you guys are amp techs, you've got accounts with CE distribution. You should have a trade account, which means you get a discount. So buy the Maxon. What is it? The GE601. Just get yourself one of them. You probably get it for $80 US. Bang, away you go. Job done. Trigger pulled. Ah, the MXR because it uses IEEE frequency spread, so like a logarithmic thing rather than a Boss's half octaves. Don't use graphic EQs in anything though. Yeah, I've never found myself looking for a graphic EQ for anything except for tuning a PA. It's pretty much all. That's like the only purpose for a graphic EQ in my book. But I don't know. I dig a bit deeper with amp voicing and stuff than a lot of people are happy to, so bosses work for Gilmore and Prince, so yep, we're into Randy Rhodes and Kerry King. Is it still Saturday morning? Yes, it is. It is 10:54 a.m. on the 1st of July, dry July. So it's almost, I was going to say beer o'clock, but it's almost non-alcoholic malt-based beverage o'clock. I do have a beer to review today. I'm going to do a video on it. I've got two of them, so maybe I'll do one on stream and one separately. Where is it? We've got a lot of non-alcoholic beers coming out in the last couple of years. I think Dry July is partially to blame, partially to thank for that. Alright, I think it's a good thing. What have I done with my cable? I've wrapped it around myself. Oh god. Hang on. Sorry about the rustling and the crackling and the popping and the... so yeah, what... keep reaching for the camera. We've got... Oh god, I've still got that up. Hawkesbury Pale. Prohibition Pale Ale. So Hawkesbury is a suburb not far from here. And they've got a bridge that looks like that. Hawkesbury, Windsor, Richmond. So this brewery is from there, just up the road. What's the address? Does it tell you? Ah, what? It's on the Central Coast. 900 Pacific Highway. That's not Hawkesbury. No, well, maybe they started in the Hawkesbury. But yeah, it's a pale. So the lagers, the non-alcoholic lagers, are all a bit samey. It's like they're all from the same batch. They're just different label. But the pales, quite a bit more interesting. There's also Heaps Normal XPA, which is a non-alcoholic XPA. That's become pretty popular. You'll go to bars and it will be like at the bar, which is pretty cool. Because a lot of these fancy beers, non-alcoholic beers, you can only get them either online or at specialist bottle shops. They're slowly becoming more popular in pubs, which is great. Because why should people who don't drink have to like just drink Coke at a fucking pub? and you can't take in the drink that you want, even though it's non-alcoholic. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird thing. Like if I'm sitting here at the office doing paperwork and I'm drinking a non-alcoholic beer at 7 a.m, I'll get funny looks, even though it's just a drink. Oh, it's a bit hot. Even with PA, graphics are on the way out. All your speaker processors are using parametric filters as well as FIR, etc. Yeah, but you know that's well and good for an experienced technician, but musicians only know how to use graphics. So if I was to provide them with a digital desk with everything built in, they'd be like, huh? So if I give them an analog graphic EQ, they can figure that out in their head. Little chewing gum behind the ear. There's no slippage, Jerry. It's very, very well thought out, this little arrangement. It's just I got the cable tangled when I put it on because I was too preoccupied. What is the point of an IPA style without the alcohol? They taste awful and the buzz is the only upside. Well, it's not an IPA, it's just a pale. But hops is a thing. If you don't like IPA, don't drink it. It's pretty simple. I like IPAs. Parametric sounds like you tell it to. Great for recording or fixing standing waves at shows and stuff, but not that great for tone shaping. Yeah, it's used for problem solving, not tone shaping. Graphic EQs, we mean. All right, let's have a look at this. Got a Yamaha RX V671 integrated hi-fi amp. I don't think there's anything wrong with this one. I think it may be user error. Let's confirm that. This is the same amp, more or less, as my one up here, except this one's got an amplifier for every output. I think this one's only got stereo amp, and just low-level outputs for all the others, so you can get a separate amp if you want. So we'll plug into the front left, and I'll give it some signal. From what this customer was telling me, he's an old customer. Normally I try not to take hi-fi stuff, but he's a customer from back in the garage days, so sort of a little bit more accommodating for the guys who've been around since day dot. So I said I'll at least check it out because he was getting no signal after his grandson played with the controls, so I reckon it's just a control a setting that's screwed up. Let's go into audio run. Just plug it into the shitty underbench speaker, so you guys have a indication of if it's working or not. Alright, we're going to deafen ourselves. Let's turn the signal down for the moment. On. Got to hold the button. No? Oh, wrong chord. Click. Yeah, that's better. Main on. Alright, let's turn the signal Jenny on. Further relay, click there. Select the channel. The input, audio 1. Giving it signal. Have we got the speakers on? Pure direct. Going into audio 1. Oh, oh no! I thought it turned off, but the screen just goes to sleep. I've got a customer. One moment, legends. Yeah, mate. How are you? Legends, sorry about that. Had a stream of customers. What was I doing? Oh yeah, amplifier, signal, none. Let's set it to a good thing just to see if there's any signal at all. Just set it to tuner. No static. AM? No static. No signal at all. So yeah, something sus. Maybe not user error. Sorry, mate. Just from what he was telling us, it sounded like user error, but... Alright, let's see if we've got headphone output. Because that's a different circuit to the power amplifier. So, we just received a Fender Acoustasonic 30. And a... Pioneer... It's Hi-Fi Day. Pioneer Hi-Fi. No signal at all on the earphones either. This is weird. Let's try a hard reset. Get paid in virtual exposure. What are we talking about? And then my battery went flat on the camera. Might need to spend more time with a good parametric. Yeah, we're back talking about that was back a bit. They're not marketed to guitarists because guitarists don't read. Oh, we're in focus now. Ish. Option paralysis is real. Yes. Plug in a 5A3, A-Law. 5A3 and go for it. Indian Pale Ale, only beer that could survive journey from India to England. Yeah, because it had so much hops, and hops is antibiotic. For a session player that needs to work fast, a good parametric EQ would be an invaluable tool to change things on the fly, but you absolutely need to know what the hell you're doing. Yes. Isn't beer from India to England a coal to Newcastle kind of thing? What? IPA, India Pale Ale, only beer that could survive. Yeah. They added extra hops and sugars for the long trip. First he kills the audio, then the feed, then the video. Yeah, it's like he doesn't trust us anymore. I didn't actually kill the video. The battery just ran out on the camera. Where's my cup of tea? And then rude people wanting to give me money. The audacity. Yeah, there's a guy with a turntable and a hi-fi amp. Another guy with Acoustasonic. Another guy with Aria Pro. Oh, there's my cuppa. It's up there. Far out. Anyway. So what am I doing? Tested headphones, no output. Radio, no static. No output at all on anything. So we're going to do a hard reset. So I will do that. So let's look up what you have to do. Oh, what you have to do to reset a RX V671. Yamaha RX V671 factory reset. No, I don't want to watch a video. No, I don't want to watch a video. Just give me text. See, use standby first by turning it off. While holding down the straight button, press power button. Okay. So, hold straight button. Turn on. Advanced setup. Speaker impedance 8 ohm minimum. What? right arrow. In preset or input? Preset. No. Oh, don't tell me I need a remote control. Oh no, here we go. Remote ID, TV format, monitor check, initiate. Update USB version. Initiate. Cancel? No. Preset. Straight. Video. All. I think I need to read more. Main zone, power bar. Oh, hang on. I entered an advanced menu. Advanced setup. Init cancel comes up. Press the straight button repeatedly until init all comes up. Init all. Turn the receiver off and back on. Off. Back on. Alright, input. Audio 1. Still no signal. Nothing at all, bros. So I think we might have a hardware problem. After allsies. We'll just go in another input just to be sure. Let's go in AV, I don't know, AV5. AV5. Nothing. Yeah. Alright. Well, if we're completely dead, something happening to the PA amp. The weasels are making it too hard to play out anymore. What? Weasels? Having a beer right now. Using one of Brad's cozies. Hey! On you, James. Cozies. Bastards want to cut your merch now. Oh. Fuck that. Well, they're going to be up shit creek when they ban the pokies. Because there goes their income and no one will want to be in their pub. People need to stop being so short-sighted. You need to look at the long game instead of short-term gains. That's the problem with society these days. Like as if there's one. Pay to play shit. Fuck that. Yeah, these pubs that are trying to make bands pay to play, like, pubs should be burnt down if they do that. When they could just be like us, hanging out and bullshitting. Yeah. The hanging's where it's at. I'm off for a few. I've got to get the kids in bed. See you in a bit, Travis. Alright, so this thing's got a dead output stage, possibly. Let's crack her open and have a quick look. I'm tempted to just give him my one and say I fixed it. There you go. I'll fix this one in my own time. Just to get another job off the bench, you know. Used to be good, like when a lot of jobs come in, oh, you get excited, like, oh, look, it's so much work. Now it's just like, oh no, another job. Got to finish the previous 12 before I can look at this one. is bit of dust in there, but doesn't look like anything, no spillage or anything. That's good. That's a good start. These sort of angle up. There's like a hook under the lid, so you got to sort of angle them up as you remove it. Visual inspection. It looks like a computer motherboard. There's a bit of contamination on the board there. But this is all a computer board. Problem with these is they've got vents facing upwards, and you've got like the main board there. And the PA section's down underneath. You've got to remove everything. And then everything's connected to everything. It's sort of not economical to repair. I mean, they're built pretty good quality, really. But we've got to get down to the power section, which is down the bottom, and it's the earlier ones you could remove the bottom panel and access shit down there, but these are just, there's too much going on in them. You can't power them up while they're apart to do any measurement or testing, so they're sort of kind of maybe not worth repairing, which sucks a bit. Just gonna have a look down inside it, see if I can find. Yeah, I think the pay to play is people misinterpreting open mic nights, perhaps. Let's face it, if your main gigs are open mics, you probably should pay because you probably suck. So open mic nights, if you don't pay, well, they're not going to make any income because you've already scared away most of the people that would drink there otherwise with your terrible singing and your covers of K-San. Oh, you guys wouldn't know what that is because you're American. Alright, I'm going to have a gaze under that board as well as we can to see if there's any visual clues, any blues clues. The cap's skin is retracting a bit for a bit of heat. A lot of output devices. So since no channel's working, I think the first thing we'd want to check is that the amplifier board is actually getting power. We can do that in situ, so let's do that. Click. Click. That's the speaker protection relays. There's a fuck ton of them on the back panel. So they are clicking. That's a good sign. Now if there was DC on the offset, they wouldn't click because they've got sensors. They've got, you know, signals going back to the computer. Say only start if there's no DC offset, only start if we've got the rails on the AC usually. This is me completely uninformed, just going off past experience here. Let's check that those output transistors have some supply voltage on them. I'm a bit shaky. That's not good when you're testing high voltages. Okay, we've got half a volt on the... Yep, we've got 60 volts. We've got minus 60 volts. So they've got supply, but they are not high on their own supply. Do I even want to do this? Probably not. This is not going to be fun. .25 millivolt offset, 12. So that we've got a little bit of DC offset, as you know, expected. So they're all the relays are engaged, and all the output devices are trying to amplify. So I think the problem's upstream. It's not the output stage. So is there anything that could like mute everything at once? I've got to be careful there. We've got mains right next to my hand. Even after a factory reset. But did we actually factory reset? Just seems odd that someone played with the controls and from that point forward it produces no signal. You get a free point if you play. Do you get a free point only if you play well? So, man, I'm going to have to get a schematic for this. Oh, it's going to be huge. I'm going to have to think about this. Do I want to go down this road? Of course, I'm naturally curious, so I want to know what's wrong with it. But I'm going to have to download the schematic and come up with a plan of attack for that one. If I do, I'm going to throw at least a couple of hours at him first. These things are probably only worth $400 or $500, so we might throw him a price on this first as a bare minimum, just because you got to study a schematic, probably take it apart. Because if I can't fix it, I'll just charge him just the bench fee. If it needs a new board or something, because Yamaha might even stock it. You don't know. Yamaha are pretty good like that. But I need to cover a bit of time required just to do the admin part, which is downloading and reading all the schematics and coming up with a plan and taking measurements and all that stuff to even know what's going on. A lot of other techs just do that for free and think that they're like beholden to, like they should somehow know exactly how to troubleshoot this exact model off the top of their head. But I don't. I've got to cover that time, so we'll throw just a rough estimate at him, and yeah, I don't know. What I'm saying is I don't know what to do. Ow. That's assuming the reported sequence of events matches reality. Yeah. We're talking about the reset procedure. If you hook it up to a TV, you might get more options to play with. It's the way my Onkyo works. Kids lie about what they do. What are we talking about? This is where I use an inductive amplifier to trace the input signal from my telephone repair days. Sony isn't doing component level repairs on that stuff. Well, no, it's because it's the Yamaha. Oh, let's go to something more akin to this channel. We've got a 4100 head. It's got some mods. Repaired and serviced by a person. It's got what looks like a negative feedback mod. It's got a 3-way switch which says low, medium, full. So I think that's probably a negative feedback mod. It's got the original LCR caps. All the valves have vacuum. The EL34 electro harmonics. It's a bit dirty, but aren't they all? It's got cigarette ash on it. That's fun. So this one's reported as, oh, the fuse holders are a bit destroyed. I'll cover up the previous text name in case I find fucking horrible shit in there. Don't want to shit on anyone, do we? Well, I kind of do, but one layer of tape is not enough. It's too transparent. That'll do. The HT fuse looks like it's been mangled quite a bit. You can see the slot there's all reamed out. So let's have a look at that. You can just turn it with your finger. Spoke too soon. Let's use an actual screwdriver. It's not so bad that we can't turn it. Yeah, he put his name on it. That was his choice. True. But he didn't know some dickhead would have a YouTube channel, did he? 0.5 amp, 500 milliamp. Yep, sweet. That's promising. No one's put a 1000 amp fuse in it. Check the other one. It's got one for valve 1 and 4 and one for valve 2 and 3. Inner and outer pairs. And that's half an amp as well. And they look intact. Yep. He didn't report that it had no signal. He just said it was a bit scratchy and needs a service. But I'm just checking that the ratings are correct, as we do on everything. Should have a 2 amp fuse. Everyone is now squinting to try and make out the name. Let's check the rating on that. 2 amp. What should it be? 2 amp. T2A. Sweet. Fully sick, bro. Let's fire it up and have a listen, eh? Missing the back grill. I'll ask him if he wants a new one, because you can still get them. The perforated steel grills for the rear. Get them from CE, I think. CE distribution. They weren't too expensive from memory, so I'll ask him if he wants a replacement one of that. And I'm about to do a CE order, so I can chuck it on there. He's a good customer of mine, this bloke. Going into 16 ohms. High power mode. Is there any other? Alright. Poor old distorted grills. How you going, Mark, by the way? Hope your MB500 is serving you well. from memory. I think that was a broken lead on a metal oxide Varesta from memory on your amp. Power. Feet are a bit rocky. Popped up to 120 watts, dropped down to 69, 67. Ow, just got my tooth. All the EQ is maxed out, as well as the presence. You madman. Let's set everything at midway. It's got a couple of missing caps on the pots. I might ask him if he wants some new pots. Sorry, new knobs. Turn the reverb down because no Marshall should have a reverb. Marshall and reverb's like a mule with a spinning wheel. Nobody knows how he got it. Damned if he knows how to use it. Everything dime bass at 0. That's how you Marshall. That's how you Marshall. Oh wow. Okay. Let's go channel B. I'm back, legends. It's pretty busy today. Alrighty then. Let's suss out this mod, see what it is. I think it's a negative feedback mod, but we shall see. Just took in a Randall. Randall RM20BP. So that's one of the ones with the modular preamps, and it's got a Kirk Hammett KH1 preamp in it. Built-in wah pedal. No, not really. I'm just joking. Kirk Hammett wah pedals. It's if anyone is interested, a non-contact telephone signal tracer is 20 to 30 bucks and lets you trace AC signals through an amp. It's a good idea. We use it all the time. See how far the signal is getting when troubleshooting. Yeah, I use a scope, but whatever works. Scopes are handy because you can see if there's DC offset as well. We'll get a number 3 Phillips, because we don't want to remount screws. That's for other techs to do, as has happened to this. Well, this mic must be very discreet, because that's like 5 customers now that have seen me wearing it and no one commented on it. Oh no, you can see it. Maybe they think it's a hearing aid or something. I don't know. Yeah, no one's commented on the mic. If I was wearing the big Janet Jackson one, you can guarantee everyone will be like, whoa, what are you doing? Oh, I'm going to eat something. It's just hit midday, literally to the minute. And I'm getting hungover hungry. You know that hangover hunger that you can only solve with a burrito? I got that. Oh, come on, Marshall. You put the RCA... how the fuck did they get it in? So it's got right angle RCAs, but you can't get them out because it hits the front panel. And the front panel... It's not even the front panel, it's the front cleat. See how what came first, the chicken or the egg? And the screw for mounting it is under the fucking RCA socket. What? Alright, you just got to jiggle and twist it sideways. It's about to go off then. Oh, Scotty! Scotty Kingman's here. How you going, champ? How's the tour going? Are you touring yet? No, recording. Got a Marshall, mate. I knew you were coming, so we got a Marshall out. It's the first day of dry July, Scotty, so have a jack for me, alright? I'll get me blocks. Hey Scotty, can you tell Dave to stop playing shit music on Triple M and pretending it's good? Okay, sorry, that's not what I expected. There's a bunch of 100 and 220 ohm resistors mounted on a tag strip, going to a rotary switch on the back, which goes to a bunch of wires. Looks very professional. Professos. Looks like Teflon wire. No. And that goes to near the HT fuse. So is this? And solder melts. Melted insulation. Got 2 resistors there. That's going to there. That's going through, and that goes to... Is this cathode biasing hybrid thing? power switching. That's really weird. They've mounted resistors against the chassis, but they're just wire wound. Like they're not chassis mount. They're just touching it. Oh, there's all sorts of mods. God. There's optos down there. 2 tag strips there. I mean, it all works, so do I just turn a blind eye? There's shit going to the reverb. Does that mean the reverb's switchable and it wasn't prior? I'd have to have a look at the schematic. I wasn't bought in for any mod reversal, but I did say that I'd just let him know what the mods are. I love turning up to you pulling out a Marshall chassis. Bloody oath. Will do. Yeah. So, Dave Gleason guest DJs on Triple M. Triple M is it's like a bogan radio station here that is never live. Like, every time I turn it on, it's a replay of a previous show that happened some point in history, right? I don't know what the go is with that station. It's like no one works there. They just edit audio together and present it as a radio station. So anyway, everything's pre-recorded, so it's a bit of a cop-out station. But Davo from Screaming Jets runs a late night, well, not even late night, but I'm getting old, so late night, like a rock show, all right? Where he has stories and stuff about rock and other artists, and he plays stuff, but he often plays some pretty shit music. So Dave, pick up your game, mate. I think he's got a playlist he's got no control over. I think they tell him what to play and he's got to come up with stories out of his ass for it. I don't know. But he'll go on this story about, touring with Doc Neeson and the Angels, and then he'll play Nickelback. It's like, what the fuck? Anyway, should just fix the scratchy pots. Anything else should be referred to the name beneath the tape. Yes, that's what I'm going to do, Lyle. So just basic service, scratchy pots, and well, let's zoom in just so you can see it. But I said to him I'll just see what the mods are. Fuck knows what they are. I don't have to retrace it all. So we've got 2 optos down there on a get out of the way cup of tea. Oh, they're doing a feature on Jen Clower. What am I doing live streaming? I want to listen to that. So 2 optos on 2 tag strips. A diode. That is going to foot switch contacts. So there is some switching happening with the reverb, because that's, well, hang on, that's master and reverb. I don't know. Anyway, that's just the mods. That's some of that negative feedback you were talking about earlier. Google search the name on this. Might find what the mods are. You just want me to remove the tape, don't you, Jerry? I'm down here. That's those resistors. This appears to be some sort of power scaling circuit. But like I said, they're just sitting against the chassis. They're not. It seems like he's put them there so they can get some heat into the chassis, but there's no compound or anything, and they're 10 watt resistors. Like, who cares if they get hot? As long as they're dissipating under 10 watts on average, you should be right. So yeah, probably just looking at a service, and might just take some photos of those mods, and if he wants to figure out what they are further on, he said just service it, so I think he doesn't even know it's modded. But alright, look, I'll look up the name in private, and then we'll have a quick little geeze online and see if the guy's got any notoriety. I personally haven't heard of him, but... Oh, there goes the label. Alright, there goes that idea, champs. Because I just took his name off. No, I got it back. It came off with the tape because it was one of those metallized layers. No. Obituary? Maybe we won't find out what these mods are. Okay, I figured out who he is. And what his company name is. He builds amps in his garage. He used to build them in the 70s. They were very reliable. He started building them again. 900. I think I've even found someone talking about this particular amp on an online forum. Couldn't get the sales to keep going forward. Yep. Okay. Sounds like he knows what he's doing. So let's give him the benefit of the doubt. The work's done very well. I just don't know what it is. So that's my fault. I've got to reverse engineer it. Curly leads near chassis. Yeah. Separate reverbs per channel. There already is though. You've got a separate reverb control per channel on the 900, on the 4100. Guitarists don't read. Dunno, bro. Anyway, we'll just do a service to that one. In the meantime, let's have a look at the one that just came in. Because I'm all over the shop today. I'm not going to get any real work done. I'm too hungover for that. Alrighty. So, horrible hum. Got one of these chooches. Randall. With a Kirk Hammett module. This is the module. It comes in and out. But a global on off. Yeah, it could be. So this is those thingies. Got two valves on there. Looks in good nick. So yeah, horrible hum. Let's leave that out for a sec. We'll remove the chassis. Oh, he's that dickhead with the ute. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Cough switch. Ugh, I'm dying here. Hey, I'm walking here. Now, we did switch this on while the customer was here, and I can confirm it's got an awful hum. So I'm not going to bother now because I don't want to really power it up with that kind of shit going on. Oh, I love this song. Can't show it to you. It is Jen Clower off her previous to the last album. Now I wish I had a greenie on the wall. What Why? Oh, for Kirk Hammett, yeah. No, I've got an ESP for that. Might just assume I have the mic for phone calls. That would be pretty profesh. The smartest thing that could be doing is dropping the screen node. Hopefully that's it. Yeah. I am curious. I'll reverse engineer it later. And I won't let you know because I'll forget. Come on, amplifier. You know you want to. You can look at my grunting face. Come on. Please. Jesus, that's tight. Why for you not come? Give us a spare millimeter, legends. Jesus. Alrighty then. Oh, no horror. I wanted horror. Let's put this down and get rid of the cab. Let's get some pricing done today, eh? So, here, Lady 4s. One looks very overheated. The other not so much. That's what? That's what? What? Oh, I'm confused. Oh god, exposure. Intelligent auto. Alright, intelligent auto. Oh, no wonder it's overexposed. Jesus. Sorry, guys. Okay, so, that's really gotten a lot hotter than this one. Don't ask me why they put paper labels on valves. Just looks shit. That's Ruby for you. That's what she said. Right. What did I say? I forget. It's good to see you're immature. You fit right in. That's what she said. Fit it right in. The burn is apparent. So what are we going to do? We're going to put the meters on, check for output stage balance, because it's another source of horrible hum. No common mode rejection. And going to check the ripple on the B plus at the same time. And then I want to get something to eat because I'm starving. Are you going to come my way and give me a millimeter? Down, boy. I don't know what's going on in chat, but I like it. Why does the fan blow air onto a plate rather than directly on the circuit board? Well, when you're in this way... Yeah, that's dumb. Wow. Yeah, because it goes that way. That is dumb. It would make sense if it went that way, but it doesn't. That is some stupid shit. Oh, it gives a bit of airflow. It's better than nothing, but yeah, it's a bit silly. Well spotted, Jerry. The paper label is so you can tell how bad the tube is burned. Yeah. Also, I could use an extra millimeter, which is also what she said. What's a millimeter between mates? Okie dokie, let's do some measurementing. Where's our main HT? Where's our transformer leads? I'll put transformer leads disappear down there. There's a red lead. Let's do some probing just to find where, get our bearings where we're at. Is that plate a heatsink? No, I think it's a shield. There's nothing attached to it. It's just standoffs to the board. Yeah, that's just like the I don't even know why you need it. Guess it mechanically supports the pots a bit, but it's pretty light gauge, so that's not much help there. But yeah, whatever. Six 20, 630 ohms. Sure. Don't think so. That's more like it, 313 ohms. So that's either side of your transformer. So let's measure from that to some points to find where the center tap is. 150, that's looking like it. That's a red lead. Let's measure from that to what I assume is a screen dropper. Maybe not. Helps if you get a good contact. 152.8. 161.5. So there's our center tap. Let's jam a lead in there. Just in the quick connect boot. Let's quickly turn it on and we'll take some measurements. Quickly turn it off, I should say. Turn it on and off. External speaker out. Internal. Where? Oh, it's just got fly leads for the speaker, so I'll grab my little terminals. Sorry, I'm just listening to Jen Clower talk. When Jen Clower talks, you listen. See you, Scotty. Have a good one, champ. You notice I call people on my channel champ, and then on other people's channel I call them legends. That's become a bit of a subconscious thing. You're a champion if you're here, you're a legend if you're on someone else's Lux channels. Excuse me. Okay, power. I'm gonna destroy a burrito. I've got to go to the shop though. I don't want to. Silent live. Okay, so it must have a dummy load? Maybe? No? No. So it's got a silent, off, or live. So off is standby. Maybe silent is like output stage off, but preamp plates on. And live is everything on. Anyway, we'll confirm that. Power 47. I've got nothing, no module plugged in. We'll just check it without it, see if we can isolate it to the unit itself. Where's a good grounding point? Hum. 250 volts. Quickly. 50 volts ripple. So we've got a probably a bad filter cap. It's not drawing excessive current. It's only drawing 40 watts. 3 volts. Oh, hang on. 0.8. 0.8. So we've got balance on the output stage. We've got lots of ripple. So we've got a bad cap. And we don't have excess current draw, so it's not a short. Alright, so looks like this power supply board is removable without too much trouble. There's a lot of cable ties that will need removing, and cables that need like loosening. It's got your typical sort of Chinese construction where you just got tons of excess lead everywhere, but not the end of the world. Looks like we can remove this board, just work on that, determine which cap's open. Ooh, hello. They're very wiggly. And it looks like they've almost looks like they've been replaced before because the silicon's broken. Unless it's bulged at the bottom. There's no significant bulge at the top. So we are champions. Yes, you are champions. If you're on another channel and I happen to be there, you're a legend. No big meaning behind it, it's just me being a dickhead. So we'll factor in removing that board, replacing probably all the caps. Because, you know, if one's failed, the others probably aren't that great either. And just giving it a service. So I think I can throw a dart on that one. He said it was otherwise working fine up until that happened, so yeah, that'll say that. So we are the champions, my friend. Exactly. Why did I make the decision on a Saturday to close at 2? Because that's enough time for me to become hangry. That was not wise. Alright, piss that off. I think that's about it, legends. I might get back to work over the other side for the rest of the afternoon. I think we'll cut it off in a minute. I've got enough to do some pricing over the weekend, so that's good. That'll get some people off my back. I've got a large mixer to repair, which I can't really practically film easily. Unless I set shit up and I haven't got time. I've got a shit ton of refrets to do, which is boring as hell. And some work to do at home. So I think I'm going to fuck off and get a burrito. Just shoot a burrito up in my veins. Because I need food. So I'm going to leave it here, legends. We're not going to do another 8-hour stream. Although, what are we at? We didn't start till 7 because I'm an idiot and slept in. So yeah, it's been a pretty significant stream still, but maybe we'll just keep streaming every Saturday, eh? It's a bit easier than editing video. Hopefully my lighting and shit turns up next week. I'll look a little bit better. It's a lot better than the old webcam, but you know, onwards and upwards. We always want to improve, don't we? So thanks for joining us, legends. Thank you very much for your donations too. I'll transfer that to the Dry July Fund, and I'll go eat so much chili that I cry. So have a good one, legends. I'm going to try a delay this time because I've seen all the last streams I've done have cut off before I've said goodbye. So I think I'm going to say bye and then wait like I'm 30 seconds staring at the camera like an idiot and then press stop. So I've got to overcome the latency. So this is me saying bye. See you, legends. Now I'll click the button in 20 seconds. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Click.